Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, how we doing? What up? Chat. Whew. Where is he's here, you fucking idiot. What? Why are you guys so impatient? Ugh. Whew. Lorna box real? It's very real. Gym stream when? Oh, I went today already. I wasn't streaming. Sorry. Whoops. You know what? Maybe tomorrow though, eh? Maybe next time. Hmm. Is that a perm? What, my hair? It's just wet. Just went to the shower after what? Why is everyone asking stupid questions? How was your first day on Vyvanse? It was good. There was no come down or anything. It was just chill. Today's a little bit less good, but that's probably because I took it with less sleep and with pre-workout and going to the gym. So it's probably not as potent as yesterday, but that's okay. I can easily see myself going stronger on this stuff as well, but who knows? Who knows? Ooh. Hang on. All right. Vyvanse was great for me until I started getting daily withdrawals. It didn't take much either. Daily withdrawals. Bruh, that didn't sound good. That sounds big cringe. Make sure you take it early. Oh yeah, I'm taking it early enough. I'm taking it as soon as I wake up. I just wake up, I've got water by the bed. I just fucking neck it. And I go into the shower. That's fine. I feel like I want to... The amount of people who fucking DM'd me asking for my opinions on Vyvanse, like my feedback, and I'm like, whoa. Take a break every weekend and it's no issue. Don't take it with vitamin C 2 hours before or after. Wait, why not? I usually have a breakfast smoothie that's full of fucking berries. Are berries high vitamin C or is it that are berries high vitamin C or is that citrus that's high vitamin C? I also have a vitamin gummy in the morning. Both. Is there too much vitamin C in berries then? Do I have to So I have to wait. I don't care about bell peppers. Bell peppers are fucking horse shit. Vitamin C tablets, slow absorption. Ah, strawberries. No, I have raspberries, blackberries, and sometimes blueberries, but usually it's raspberries and blackberries. Let me see. What? Because I don't actually trust you guys. All right, vitamin C. Vitamin C content of raspberries. 26 milligrams per 100 grams. That sounds like quite a lot now. 43%. Okay, raspberries are fucked. So I have to take my pill, get out of bed, shower, and then wait 2 hours before breakfast. You know what you're telling me? Am I going to become one of those assholes who goes to the gym on an empty stomach? Just fucking puke all over the place. %99 eating fruit makes no difference. Oh, God. If you dose correctly, could cocaine work for ADHD? I don't know. I don't think it's probably... I don't know. This doesn't feel like coke. Not that I would know. Experiment, everyone is different. That's probably what I'll do. Taking advice from you fucking psychos. the last thing I need to do in my life. Ooh. Whew. You can also have breakfast as champions, a durry, you mean curry, and a can of Red Bull. Do I still need Red Bull in my life? I might do. I like Red Bull. But I don't think I need it anymore. Whatever, dude. You guys are weird. I don't need to take my vitamin gummies in first thing. That's just a habit. That's just a choice. I could take them in the fucking nighttime. I could take them before bed if I want. Careful with the caffeine. Yeah, I need to just bin my pre-workout. I kind of hate it. I hate pre-workout. Especially on top of meds. It's just not good. There's no time for it. Have you heard about Biden coming back in the polls? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Well, polls, people with 2 L's, not coming back in the polls. I don't think he's coming in any Polish people. John Stewart did a Palestine thing. Hey, I bet he's totally based on it. Let me see. I get sad so bad. Oh, okay. I don't really. Start drinking coffee like a good American. I do like coffee, yeah. The Polish corridor will remain open, Jack. True. Okay. Right. Let's continue this ICJ shit first of all, before anything else.
Precisely.
I can't believe Nicaragua. Someone in chat said it yesterday. I can't believe Nicaragua actually challenged the Germans on something this autistic. Oh God. And then you find out from this trial that Germany has been giving more aid to Gaza since October 7th than any other country in money. That's insane.
The same applies here. And it makes no difference at all if Common Article 1 is envisaged as a rule of due diligence, as that is just how the obligation to prevent.
You looked at the OCHA data and showed a 55% decrease in aid coming through the Israeli crossing Karem Shalom. Do you think that could be a sign of blocking? 50% decrease from when to when? Like from one day to another, or what? I'm not sure why you would select a particular crossing, because it's what matters is how much is actually getting into the strip in total. But
under the Genocide Convention is interpreted. The basic question remains, how can it be said that there was a failure to ensure respect of a third state if the failure on the part of that third state to...
From before January to October, and then October to now. That wouldn't surprise me, because the amount of aid that went in from October and November was really low, but then it picked back up. Anyway.
Respect.
It's, as far as blocking goes, like, aid workers have complained that a certain number of trucks have been turned back. Didn't we? Oh God, we had a number for that yesterday. Wasn't it like 400 were checked and they failed whatever test was applied to it, and then they were turned back? Which would be like, what, like a week's worth since October? Do you have a contact email? Yeah, it's lonerbox1@gmail.com. Fire away.
Is not established in the first place. I would add that this is how the court envisaged the operation of this obligation in its 1986 judgment in Nicaragua and USA. And that is also the intuitive result. It is entirely usual for one state to support another in the context of an armed conflict. And this is not an activity that the international community rigidly seeks to deter. It is only if the conduct of the conflict turns out to have been in breach of international humanitarian law, that the acts of the state offering support would be expected to be ruled upon.
I thought before October trucks, something like 500 trucks were coming out a day. Is that wrong? It's wrong in like several ways. So there was 1 month, I think it was August, when there was an extra amount of trucks going in compared to the standard before October 7th. And it was 500 a day if you discounted weekends. But on other months, it was about 200 or 300 a day on average. But that was if you included all the trucks, like construction trucks, electrical supplied trucks, building trucks, like all the, yeah, lots of different, like livestock, animal feed trucks, loads of different trucks. As for food trucks, like food for human consumption, the average before October 7th was about 70 a day. I think yesterday it was between it was like 420 trucks went in. So yes, the 500 trucks thing is either used in bad faith or is just ignorance. Yeah, it's a very silly meme.
The same basic points apply to...
So they can get 500 trucks in. Yeah, they can get 500 trucks in peacetime. Yeah. Obviously, when you're not in peacetime, there's certain complications arise, like security concerns and such. Okay. Before they could produce their own, now the ODF, the Israeli Defense Force, or destroyed any means of their own protection. So Gaza, I think, I can't remember the breakdown, but I think Gaza's dependency on food aid before October 7th was like 60-40 or 70. It was like, yeah, it was mostly aid trucks that made up for their food. So that's why also the number of trucks on average, I think, in the last few months has increased. I think the average was 70 before October 7th, but last month it was 120. So there's been like an 80% increase. So that is kind of accounted for. But there is an argument that what they should really do is just saturate the strip with aid, because that would lower things like desperation, and that would lower risks associated with things like hoarding and the tax on and all that shit. Yeah, that would be an argument, but that seems to be what they're already starting to do. That's why the pier coming from Cyprus is going to be part of that. The Erez crossing being reopened will be part of that. Should have happened earlier, you could say, but it seems like the number one problem is a lack of distribution within the strip. That's the big problem. According to the UNRWA data, they got 212 trucks in today. Yeah, they're as far as I know, barring October and to a lesser extent November, the issue has not been a lack of trucks entering the actual crossings. The problem has been, I'll show you the fault. Just show you the map. The problem has been twofold. One is that, why did you not actually give me the names of the, all right, here. The problem has been that the two crossings that actually went into Gaza, there were other crossings between Israel and Gaza, but the main crossings that mattered the most were Rafah and Kerem Shalom, and they're both here. So the problem is, if you're an aid worker, you got to take your truck all the way down this big old road, and through all this chaos and all these tunnels and all this IDF and all this like emerging gangs and shit like that, and there's a total breakdown of order and desperate people as well, not to mention civilians. And you get here, this is, and lots of aid workers just didn't want to make this journey, rightly so, because they probably would have died. So now that the Erez crossing is being opened, then that means this crossing here is like, that means aid trucks are now 15 minutes away from Gaza City. And it means there's more opportunity, hopefully, to clear out these aid routes and actually allow aid workers to move in. They received 184 trucks of biscuits, croissants, flour, lentils, oil, and onions. There was also a random truck that had mattresses. Okay. No shot they send croissants. Why not? They're easy to make. They're cheap.
to paragraph 67(5) of the application, which is predicated on Israel denying Palestine's right.
Do you think there's still famine risk? Potentially. So as far as I know, it all depends on whether or not there can be safe passage for aid trucks in this area in the right quantities, which, according to international law, is the responsibility of the IDF. The IDF's responsibility, according to international law, is not to give aid themselves necessarily, but it is their responsibility to allow aid workers to do their jobs properly and that would include clearing the way for them to move, like guaranteeing them safe passage. And that's what it depends on. It's whether or not they actually can achieve that or are willing to. Yeah. But I think given where we're at now, I don't think a widespread famine is likely. It's not impossible, but I think it's more unlikely than it's likely, I think. It's my guess.
To self-determination and maintaining and imposing an apartheid regime. As to the court's jurisprudence, the current case is substantially the same as monetary gold. There, the court explained, the court is not merely called upon to say whether the gold should be delivered to Italy or to the United Kingdom. It is requested to determine first certain legal questions, upon the solution of which depends the delivery of the gold. Well, just so here. The court is not merely called upon to pronounce on the state responsibility of Germany. It is required first to make determinations as to the state responsibility of Israel. And Nicaragua cannot avoid this by saying that the court can find breach by Germany on the basis of a serious risk of a breach by Israel. On the correct analysis, such determinations would not be sufficient to establish breach by Germany, as follows from the analogy to the Bosnian genocide case. But anyway, as a matter of principle, it makes no difference whether the required determination is of actual breach or of serious risk of breach. There is still an essential prior determination of the conduct of an absent third state, on which the responsibility of...
Why weren't the two crossings that were recently opened until now that would fall under Israel's responsibilities? So there are two explanations. One is that Israel couldn't open the crossing because it was damaged on October 7th. It was destroyed, basically. And they were trying to secure it before they could get aid in. The counter is that Israel just didn't give a fuck until international pressure became more of an issue. Take it or leave it. I haven't weighed up the merits of both of those arguments, but those are the arguments.
The respondent state wholly depends. The consequent reasoning of the court in monetary gold concerning the absence of jurisdiction regarding the underlying issue of breach by Albania thus applies in the current context. In the determination of these questions, questions which relate to the lawful or unlawful character of certain actions of Albania vis-à-vis Italy, only two states, Italy and Albania, are directly interested. Or just so here, substituting Israel for Albania and Nicaragua for Italy. To go into the merits of such questions would be to decide a dispute between Italy and Albania. The court cannot decide such a dispute without the consent of Albania. And this is not a case like Nauru, where the determinations with respect to Australia's conduct merely might have had implications for the legal situation of the UK and New Zealand. And the court was in a position to hold that no finding in respect of that legal situation will be needed as a basis for the court's decision on Nauru's claims against Australia. By contrast, the current case is precisely analogous to East Timor, where Portugal's claim as to the unlawfulness of Australia's...
But how many fucking international court justice cases are we missing out on here? East Timor and Portugal have been fighting. Okay. I know Japan took Australia to the ICJ for... No, Australia took Japan to the ICJ for whaling in Australian waters. Or was that the ICC? I think it was the ICJ.
Conduct in entering into the 1989 treaty with Indonesia could not be assessed without first entering into the question why it is that Indonesia could not lawfully have concluded the 1989 treaty. Again, the current case is on all fours. I turn to the existence of a dispute, which is a basic prerequisite to consent to jurisdiction under both Article 9 of the Genocide Convention and Article 36(2) of the Court Statute. The dispute that is relied on must exist objectively at the time the court is seized. Equally well established is the need for a claim of one party that is positively opposed by another, and that the two sides must hold clearly opposite views concerning the question of the performance or non-performance of certain international obligations. As to the basic facts in this case, Nicaragua relies on its press release of 1st February 2024 and a note verbal attaching a letter of 2nd February, as well as the excerpts from a wide-ranging German governmental press conference of 7th February. So, Nicaragua says claim, plus opposition, hence a dispute. But as the court has explained, the question of whether there is a dispute or not is one of substance, not of form. This is not a box-ticking exercise, as can be seen from the court's very detailed consideration in past cases as to whether there was indeed the required dispute with respect to the asserted source of jurisdiction. And in considering substance, the context is of critical importance. The current parties are at 2 points of remove from the classic bilateral dispute situation. Nicaragua appears in this case only on the basis of alleged erga omnes obligations owed by Germany,
oh my God, fucking Latin
which
words.
is not, of course, a participant in the ongoing conflict in Gaza. And this is not a case where the parties had already locked horns before the United Nations or in some other fora. In the current situation, for there to be a dispute as a matter of substance, there would have to be some form of meaningful engagement with a claim.
Is this guy arguing for or against Nicaragua? He, against. Reminds Lorna of going to grammar school, lol. Who the fuck are you, Eddie Scribble? What? We did not do Latin in school when I was there. Grammar schools are basically just fake private schools. They do not teach Latin, at least the one I was at didn't teach Latin. Did I ever say that publicly, that I went to a grammar school? What the fuck? Uh-oh. I got a stalker. 294 trucks. Is this what we're looking at? For today's... Yeah. Oh yeah, we're on 20... Okay. Oh. That's a lot of trucks, guys. It's many, many truck. Because yeah, there are some truck... Like since April even... Or wait, we go back. See, October was a pretty shit month. No, this is... Okay, this is going backwards. Okay. November... goes up from Rafa. Karam Shalom comes open in December. These are all basically food trucks. And then we get to 200 something. February, very up and down. And then March, you're getting a bit more consistent. April, oh yeah, 212. Yesterday, okay. Yeah. Posho with your grammar school. I mean, it's just catchment areas. Like if you just had to move strategically to somewhere that was affordable and near the school. Anyway. These are all Karam Shalom trucks. I wonder why the distribution between Karam Shalom and Rafa is always so different. Like why Rafa's dropped, but Karam Shalom's gone up. Whereas it used to be all Rafa and not so much. Like, look at this. It's like a kind of negative correlation and shit. Interesting.
Pursuant to which Germany communicated its position either to Nicaragua or in such a way that it could objectively be understood.
Is there any good resource that details what the needed number of trucks is at the moment? Not that I know of. I've never seen every report I see, even if it's from like the UN or whatever, they're always just saying 500 trucks. There used to be 500 trucks.
As crystallizing a dispute. It was said yesterday that the legal dispute was described in Nicaragua's letter of 2nd February 2024. But this note verbal was sent to the public information email address of Germany's permanent mission to the United Nations in New York, not any address that is used for official diplomatic communications. It was not picked up until the 13th of February, and it should be noted that equivalent note verbal were also sent to the public information email addresses for Canada, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. And we understand that these were likewise only picked up on 13th February following a further email sent by Nicaragua to the Netherlands. This approach of Nicaragua is, to say the least, unusual. And indeed, in the past, Nicaragua has always sent note verbal to the appropriate email addresses of the ambassador and assistants at the German embassy in Managua, often copying in other German missions, again, on the appropriate email addresses. It follows that when...
I don't really know if it's a good idea to send this guy an email. I feel like he'd be quicker responding to a carrier pigeon. One that actually carries the messenger. Because if it carries a little note, then he might not, that technology is too advanced for him.
At a general press conference of 7th February, a representative of the German Federal Foreign Office was asked questions about having received a note verbal and how Germany intended to respond. Germany was simply not in a position to say anything material. The excerpt of the press release is at Judges folder tab 21, and in due course I ask you to read this carefully. You will see that the journalist asking the questions correctly understood Germany as not having received.
I just want to see what happens at the ICJ when someone brings a case and it just gets flat out rejected. I feel like this is probably a more likely one, although it might not be, because it's still like plausibility doesn't need to be a high standard. But I just want to, I just have this morbid curiosity to just watch representatives from like a certain any country just getting bollocked by the ICJ. I want to see what that looks like.
Any note verbal. And you will also see that Germany did not consider itself ready to make any public statement of its position. This was not and could not have been a response crystallizing a dispute on the basis of a claim in a note verbal that had not been seen. Once it...
Who else is hyped for the new Noah Samson video? Is there a new Noah video? I don't see one. I saw Flower Massacre and Genocide Denial streamers. I didn't really watch that much of this one. Oh, okay.
Had in fact received the note verbal, Germany was actively considering its response and seeking coordination with the 3 states that had received similar emails when, without warning, Nicaragua commenced the current proceedings on 1st March. There was no opportunity to engage, and it is to be emphasized that this is not a case like Gambia and Myanmar, where the
Okay.
court could infer the existence of a dispute following a failure to respond 1 month following the delivery of a note verbal, but in circumstances where there had already been a number of prior communications, both outside and within the UN General Assembly, that showed the mutual opposition of views. Nicaragua sought to suggest, but was wholly unable to point to, anything remotely equivalent, and notably seeks to invoke the German note verbal of 11th March sent to the court after it was seized. And that, of course, is wholly irrelevant. Of course, the court is only concerned with a prima facie showing, but the fact that this case is at the provisional measures phase cuts both ways. It is not just that extraordinary relief is sought, given that jurisdiction and the ability to exercise jurisdiction have not yet been established.
Oh, Israel struck and killed 3 of Ismail Hania's sons and 3 of his grandkids in a strike. Because I think they're still in Gaza, weren't they? They were always still in Gaza. They had like big houses at the beach. Is that right? West of Gaza City. His son and his daughter. Six family members, eh? Wait, is one of them a fucking baby? Jesus. Three sons and a number of grandchildren. To which he says, I thank God for this honor that he bestowed upon us with the martyrdom of my 3 sons and some grandchildren. With this pain and blood, we create hopes, a future, and freedom for our people, our cause, and our nation. Did he actually say it? It wouldn't surprise me if he said this, because this is more or less what Nasrallah said when his son was killed in Melech. Can't say that word properly. Is this in the Al Jazeera site? Daily Mail. Where's the fucking Al Jazeera quote? What? Why is the Daily Mail on the top but not Al Jazeera? Did he actually say this, or is this fabricated by the Mail? Wait, what? Did he say it here? Weather. Okay.
Hello, it is beginning to feel
He said it on Al Jazeera Arabic. Do you have a thing?
like autumn for parts of the River Plate. We got this little...
Fuck off. Do you have? Does anyone have a link with subtitles? Or I guess we can just get one of the community Arabs. You can put it in stream chat and Discord. Because I don't know where to look for that. I know it's not uncommon for people like that to say that, but there we go.
Also, relief is sought on the basis that Germany, a peaceful democratic nation, a long-time avowed supporter of international law and the international legal order, is breaching the Genocide Convention and conventional and customary international law. The determinations sought could scarcely be more serious, and the relief sought also has and is plainly...
Oh, thanks, Aituli. I appreciate that. English, please. His first comment on the assassination, Ismail Haniyeh said in an interview with Al Jazeera, "I thank God for this honor that he bestowed upon us with the martyrdom of my 3 sons and some grandchildren. With this pain and blood, we create hopes, a future, and freedom for our people, our cause, and our nation." He added, "All our people and all the families of the residents of Gaza have paid a heavy price with the blood of their children, and I am one of them. Nearly 60 members of my family rose as martyrs, like all the Palestinian people, and there is no difference between them." He added, "The occupation believes that by targeting the sons of leaders, it will break the resolve of our people. We tell them that this blood will only make us more steadfast in our principles and adherence to our land." Yeah. Well, they call it the Israeli Occupation Army. And, targeting defenseless civilians, which has left tens of thousands of martyrs and wounded, most of them women and children, unprecedented health and humanitarian crisis. This is Al Jazeera Arabic? Oh, God. Bro. There's no way he actually said three sons and some grandchildren. He didn't forget how many grandchildren died. Bruh.
Intended to have direct and indirect impacts on third states not before the court. It is precise.
Now, the question is, were his sons and grandchildren militants, or were they just targeted because they're family members? Is that ethical? I don't think that's legal. Is it? What? What do you think? I don't know. Maybe they had militants with them. Like I can't imagine those guys going around without armed escorts. But we fucked up if they were regular job holders. It's illegal. It's like what Lenin did. I mean, if that's the case, I don't know if that was the case.
Precisely in circumstances such as this, the jurisdiction prima facie demands a real showing of positive opposition and clearly opposed views, not a precipitate rush to court in the hope that a box might be considered at best half-ticked. Mr. President, members of the court, I thank you for your attention and ask you to call Professor Piers to the floor.
I thank Mr. Wordsworth for his statement. I now invite Ms. Ann Peters to take the floor. You have the floor, madam.
I don't even need to say it. When Box gets mentioned, you guys go
Mr.
fucking
President,
mental.
members of the court, it is an honor for me to appear before you and to present Germany's position on plausibility.
Oh, here we go. She's got plausibility. She's got some fucking fire in her heart. I need to read that plausibility article that's posted on my Reddit one day. Not this day, but one day.
This court has already been seized in another case to deal with heartbreaking consequences of the armed conflict in Gaza initiated by the brutal attack of Hamas on Israel. But this case is not between the two parties to that armed conflict. Here, this is the first case in the court's history in which provisional measures are sought against a state that stands accused of complicity in and lack of vigilance and prevention of acts of another state that is not party to these proceedings. Both types of legal obligations arise exclusively and necessarily in connection with or in response to the conduct of another state that is absent from these proceedings. Mr. Wordsworth has already demonstrated how this poses a serious admissibility problem. This attempt to request provisional measures against one state by reference to the conduct of another state stretches the plausibility assessment to breaking point in an unprecedented manner. This court will first have to find, on the basis of evidence, that there are plausible facts that establish plausible...
Haniyeh gets the news on... I'll do this later. Okay, fuck. Later.
...violations on the part of Israel. Second, the court will have to find that there are plausible facts that establish plausible violations on the part of Germany. Here, the court will especially have to establish whether there are plausible objective and subjective links between the conduct of Germany and the conduct of the absent third state, Israel. In this novel and special constellation, one would have expected Nicaragua to adduce concrete evidence and legal reasoning to substantiate its claims against Germany. However, Nicaragua has said surprisingly little on the law, and as regards the facts, it has almost exclusively relied on speculation and inferences. Nicaragua claims that Germany is complicit in genocide and violations of international humanitarian law allegedly committed by...
Oh. Wait, hang on. Is this the same? The president of Nicaragua has been there since 2007. Okay. In the UN General Assembly vote to condemn Russia's annexations of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk, only 4 countries rejected the vote. There's Belarus, obviously, North Korea, Syria, and Nicaragua. Okay. Yeah. Oof.
Israel. In paragraph 15 of the application, the applicant mentions German, I quote, involvement in the facilitation of unlawful activities concerning the laws of war. And in paragraph 16, the applicant alleges that Germany is facilitating the commission of genocide and calls this a distinct base of Germany's responsibility. This must fail because the most basic prerequisites for establishing aid and assistance, or what's really the same thing, complicity, are lacking. These prerequisites are a causal contribution of the accomplice to the wrongful act, and knowledge and intention to facilitate the wrongful act of the main perpetrator. Nicaragua has not and cannot provide any evidence to show these elements to be plausible. The standard requirement for causality in law, as applied by international tribunals, is that there must be proximity, directness, or that the breach must not be too remote. Proximity is established where the consequence of an act is a natural and normal consequence. Such a link is especially needed to establish aid and assistance. Aid and assistance must have contributed significantly to the alleged wrongful act. This can only be determined objectively by assessing the quality and the quantity of the real contribution in the concrete case. Nicaragua has offered no evidence as to how any of the military equipment from Germany could have made a significant contribution to an alleged genocide or to breaches of IHL. Given Germany's stringent licensing standards that scrutinize precisely these risks, there is no indication that German equipment would have naturally or normally led to plausible violations of international law by Israel. In addition, Nicaragua has not provided any evidence for the presence of the necessary subjective elements, which are knowledge and intent. In the Bosnian genocide case, you insisted that the conduct of an organ or person furnishing aid or assistance to a perpetrator of the crime of genocide cannot be treated as complicitly in genocide unless, at the least, that organ or person acted knowingly, that is to say, in particular, was aware of the specific intent dolo specialis of the principal perpetrator. If that condition is not fulfilled, that is sufficient to exclude the categorization of the conduct as complicity. The position is the same in customary law generally. Aid and assistance must be given with knowledge of the circumstances and with the intention to facilitate the occurrence of the wrongful act. Nicaragua.
Lonerbox, this is boring. Can we watch something about a steroid guy or a misogynist getting baby trapped? Okay. For the remainder of this video, I want it to be known to the chat that I'm on steroids and that I hate women and that I am with child. Okay? And that I was manipulated into it.
Has not provided evidence on any plausible intent on the part of Germany to facilitate internationally wrongful acts. Germany, on the contrary, has demonstrated to this court that its intention has always been to assure full respect of international law, be it the Genocide Convention, international humanitarian law, or other customary law. Germany has engaged with Israel on numerous occasions to urge compliance. As explained by Professor Tams, Germany has a robust legal framework and procedures in place with regard to arms exports. These procedures have been and will continue to be applied. With regard to humanitarian aid, Germany...
Dola Specialis, get Destiny in here. Oh, hello, new fan. Hello, new Lonerbox viewer. Fuck you. Fuck you. Wait, hang on. Hang on. Let's do some research, guys. December 6th, 2022. Lonerbox video. In term they use is dolus specialis, which means special intent, which means it has to be like premeditated, calculated, planned in advance, like that kind of thing as well. And it has to be shown that the people were intending to physically or biologically destroy. Hey, fuck you. I walked so the other Latin stealers, the Latin thieves can fucking run, okay? The Latin bandits.
Germany has, contrary to the allegations by Nicaragua, increased its efforts significantly. Given these facts, any allegation of intention to facilitate the perpetration of allegedly wrongful acts by Israel is unfounded. Because the elements of aid and assistance are absent, all claims that Germany has aided and assisted in maintaining a situation resulting from alleged serious breaches of use cogents by Israel, as Article 41, Section 2 of the Articles on State Responsibility put it, are equally baseless. I now turn to Germany's obligations under Article 1 of the Genocide Convention and Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions. Although, generally speaking, obligations to prevent genocide.
One day my chat will move this fast. Matthew Faustini, thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. And Redhead Fuck, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Well done for getting your name to look like that. It's really clever. All right, thanks very much.
And to ensure respect with IHL.
Kiwi Burb, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Whoa, we got a hype train going on. An imaginary YouTube hype train. Come on, guys. 900 viewers. I think we can make it happen. I think, yeah. Given how hard I'm reacting here, given the fact that my social battery is literally getting fucking, the dam is broken on it, it's literally flooding into this fucking house. Come on.
Are indeed Germany's own obligations. Nevertheless, the emergence of these obligations, the scope, the exact content, and any possible...
And also the child support of baby trap, you know.
...possible breach of such obligations...
And the 11 grand a month steroids budget. Oh God, are links allowed in YouTube chat? No, but you can you can join the Discord and drop them in stream chat. Lonerbox says, Ukrainian leftist, you restored my faith in modern progressivism. That's a lot of responsibility. I hope you understand that modern progressivism and me are kind of going in different directions right now. But I'm glad that you got something out of it. Stuart, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. That you're actually far superior to the other fucking idiots with their tier 1 subs. Nice one. Ignotus, thanks for the 5 gifted tier 2 subs. God damn it. We're going to get every chatter a pink name soon. Wow.
Inevitably depend on, and they also vary by reference to the degree and to the kind of the risk of wrongful acts by another state, in this case Israel. Allow me to start with the obligation to prevent genocide. That is an obligation of conduct that is incumbent upon all states. Germany is, of course, fully aware of the diverging views over the legal categorization of the Israeli conduct in its defense against the ongoing attack by Hamas. The court has been seized to judge upon this question in another case, not this one. In the current context, it should be noted that Germany has continuously engaged politically with Israel in a dialogue that has not shied away from critical questions. In the strongest terms,
oh God, look at this fucking autistic viewer. Look at this. This is exactly what we want, by the way. We're cultivating this shit. Loner Box, the 500 trucks figure does not come from August. I mean, it can come from August. Compared to September, it does, right? But anyway, it's the average number of trucks that entered Gaza on days that the crossings were open. In 2022, the Kerem Shalom crossing, where 70% of the aid passes, and which is most often open, was open for 237 days. Rafah was open for only 150 days. Most of these days probably overlap with the days Kerem Shalom was open. Not entirely accurate, but this gives at least a ballpark figure. During January, September 23, and there were 87,704 trucks that passed into Gaza. During these 9 months, the crossings would have probably been open for 732 by 12, 9 by 9 equals 170 days. It's 178 days if they were open for a similar number of days as in 2022. Of course, this number is probably not quite correct, but again, this should give us a ballpark figure. 87,704 trucks by 178 days equals 493 trucks per day. The crossings were open. But don't sometimes they say over 500, but you get over 500 from August it was either August or July. It was 1 month where there was an exceptional number of fucking trucks going in. And you had to subtract 8 from the month, and then you would get like 512 or some shit. Like, yeah. There's a lot of fucking this chat, man. Sire Durf, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. There are many theories as to 500 cucks.
German leaders have warned Israel of the grave dangers that a ground offensive in Rafah would pose. For months, in countless meetings, German leaders and diplomats have worked towards the opening of more border crossings. And you've heard Professor Tam state earlier, to prevent famine, Germany is engaged in emergency deliverers dropping food from the air. These concrete measures are at the heart of German policy. So Germany has continuously used all reasonable means at its disposal.
If you're not progressive, then where would you put yourself? No, I am progressive. It's just that when people talk about the progressive movement or progressive creators, at least in this space, because the problem, it's not even progressive, it's alternative media. That's the problem, is that I'm an alternative media figure, and most progressive alternative media is fucking insane. It doesn't make me less progressive. It's just alternative media. Yeah, I need to remember that. I need to remember there's a real world out there with real humans. Not you guys. You guys are fucking. You guys are in the same boat as me. Unfortunately, not at the same part of the boat. Like, I'm at the top, but I'm at the wheel with a big pair of binoculars and a huge fucking badge and a hat. Whereas you guys are down in the fucking furnace in wife beaters, beating each other to death with shovels. But we're still in the same boat.
Proposal to both exert its influence on the Israeli partners in order to improve the situation and to itself furnish humanitarian aid. It continues to do so every day. Germany has thus, in any event, duly fulfilled any conceivable obligation to prevent the occurrence of genocide by these concrete measures. We cannot see how any duty to prevent could demand more of Germany. I turn to Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions. Leaving aside the fact that Nicaragua, as a non-party to the conflict in Gaza, has no standing to enforce Germany's obligations under Common Article 1 with regard to a third state like Israel, a violation of Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions by Germany is not plausible. First, in the Nicaragua case of 1986, this court identified one specific external obligation incumbent upon non-parties to an armed conflict: the obligation not to encourage violations of international humanitarian law by another state that finds...
How are they accusing Germany of supporting a genocide if they haven't even decided whether or not Israel is committing a genocide? Well, it could be because the rights raised by South Africa are plausible, that there's a risk of genocide. And if the risk of genocide is plausible, then that would mean that the risk that Germany is aiding a state that isn't at the risk of engaging in genocide is plausible. They could probably do it that way. I'm using my words quite carefully because when people say the ICJ has argued that Israel is plausibly committing genocide, that's actually not true. Maybe some of the judges think that, but the provisional measures and the things that they agreed on, the statements they gave were not that. That was not what the judges were. That's not what the verdict has been so far. That might come up later, but the idea that like what's going on now is a plausible genocide, that's actually not what the ICJ said. They didn't even say which rights raised by South Africa were plausible.
Itself an armed conflict. It is inconceivable that Germany would encourage Israel to violate international humanitarian law.
They couldn't rule it out entirely because the war is still ongoing. Like that's one reason, but yeah. And that the rights are at risk of irreparable harm. Those being the rights of Palestinians to not get genocided. If you had to make a guess of what the ICJ will rule, what do you think? I don't know. I actually don't know. I think they'll say it's not genocide. I think that's probably the most likely, but it's also quite hard to... I want to know how it works because it seems to be like they're relying on UN reports. And the problem with UN reports on Israel is that a non-zero amount of them are fucking mental. Like UN reports are the ones that are saying that there used to be 500 trucks going in and this is why, and because it's less than 500 trucks a day, this is why there's a famine coming. So if they're going to base their, but I don't know if they actually do their own, if they have their own investigations or if they actually review evidence and counter evidence. Yeah. The 500 trucks argument is good though. It's good to you, Alex, because you're a fucking dribbling, knuckle dragging, like partisan shithead who trolls half the time because you're not a serious person. But it's not actually a very good argument. It's not a good argument to say there's a famine coming. It's good to say the strip it's capable of taking in 500 trucks in peacetime. So why shouldn't they approach that in war when things are more dire? But that's not the argument. The argument is that there's not enough food entering Gaza at all. Like in the entire strip as a whole, there's not enough food entering because there used to be 500 trucks. Now there's only like 120 or 240 or 300 or 420. But that's not a good argument.
And indeed, not even Nicaragua alleges this. Second, the obligation to ensure respect...
Are they accounting for the airdrops or just looking at trucks? No, it was about 400-something trucks yesterday. Or the 300-something. But that didn't count the airdrops, no. I think if you counted the airdrops, there might have actually been 500 worth yesterday of just food aid. Let me see. So this is according to Kogat anyway. I think Kogat's numbers are usually reliable, even though they're the Israelis. 468 aid trucks plus 47 additional trucks coordinated to the north. They did it. They broke the mythological 500 aid truck myth at 515. At this point, aid entries are reaching levels not only higher than pre-war, but arguably higher than has ever happened in Gaza's entire history. Damn. At least we got the colonial perspective. Even Avi agrees, get 500 trucks in. That's why I keep you around. It's because you're funny. You're mental, but you're funny. It's all people need to do. If only fucking like partisan far leftists like had a fucking sense of humor, you know, they'd be fine. I guess the problem for most of them is the total opposite, right?
Generate so-called positive obligations to exert one's influence on parties to an armed
I'm a
conflict.
centrist. I haven't actually discounted the option that you might be a groiper, Alex D. You haven't really said anything that rules that out either.
To observe IHL. Germany has always fulfilled.
I'm not
and
familiar with that.
continues to
That's exactly what a groiper would say.
fulfill this obligation. It is persistently urging Israel to apply restraint, to allow for humanitarian access by opening checkpoints and the like. Ongoing in-depth bilateral exchanges between various ministries on several levels focus on the processes that Israel has in place to ensure respect for international humanitarian law. Yesterday, we heard Nicaragua acknowledge these endeavors. Third, there is the issue of arms export and of export of other military equipment. As I said, Common Article 1 and parallel customary law prohibits states from encouraging violations of IHL. However, this provision does not generate a negative obligation to refrain completely from military support to a state involved in an armed conflict. Common Article 1 does not and cannot block all transfer of aid to a state.
Oh, the question of Israel blocking aid is actually, you can weigh that up as well by looking at the number of trucks that are being inspected by COGAT versus the ones that are being logged by UNRWA. I didn't know that. And what's he trying to conclude from this? Concerns of late that UNRWA has not been logging aid trucks inspected by COGAT. Preliminary analysis, I checked the last 20 days of COGAT inspections and UNRWA logged trucks. UNRWA logged trucks lag behind COGAT inspections by about 1 to 2 days. For the last 20 days, the totals are as follows. COGAT inspected trucks are 3,810. UNRWA logged trucks, 3,448. 9.5% difference is largely due to data lag, which UNRWA hasn't caught up yet. Preliminary conclusions, there's strong evidence of data lag in the UNRWA database. The same log day gets updated over the course of time. There is no good evidence of disappearance of trucks from the UNRWA record log. Did people think that trucks were disappearing in UNRWA's hands? Okay. Interesting.
That might exercise its right to self-defense.
How long did Galant's siege last for? Also, when are you going to speak to Beast Process again? You guys disagree? He talks to me in DM sometimes. You can come on if he wants to disagree, though. My door's always open because I'm a nice guy. The Galant siege, it kind of still is ongoing in some form, isn't it? Like, they turned 2 of the water pipes back on. But the third one in the north, I don't think that one ever got reopened, did it? Or was there anything new about that recently? Wait, was there anything new? Water pipe, North Gaza. Because I couldn't find anything about this. Oh, 4 days ago. Because this was the part of the Galant's measures that were completely illegal. Water is... You're not supposed to cut off fucking water pipes. Reopening of 20 bakeries. Oh god, is David in chat? Oh shit, he's gonna fucking... I can hear the gooning from over here. Israel authorized the opening of 20 bakeries in the northern Gaza Strip and a water line to supply the area. Is this the northern pipe that finally got reopened then? You're not supposed to make rockets out of pipes either. I know that, Vovia. It's a good thing that the pipes that Hamas used for making rockets were not active. They never dug up a pipe that was actually supplying water to anyone. So, yeah, that's not a good excuse. Well, also, how the fuck would turning off the pipe stop Hamas from digging up the pipe and making a rocket. Hamas doesn't need fucking water in the pipe to make a rocket. Actually, it's better if the pipe is dry, because the pipe's dry, they take it out, and it's not going to soak the rocket powder fertilizer. Imagine firing a rocket and all the shit inside is wet. Listen, don't ask. Stop. Don't ask a Middle Eastern person how he knows so much about rockets, okay? I just... Reopening of the Nahal Oz water line. There you go. It was shut off on October 9th. Damn. So they actually left that water line off for 6 months. That's pretty bad. Why? So now we know the third pipeline. Because it was leaking. I'm sure that's why. Yeah. Maybe it got damaged in the fucking bombing? I don't know. Hang on. Where is it? Where is my... Ooh. Where's the watershed? Piped water. Here we go. Nahal Oz, was it? Reopening. There we go. We got to the bottom of that third water line. We know. Okay, good. Jesus.
Defense.
I want to know whose decision it was to keep that line off for 6 months, given that it supplies the north. I feel like someone should go to jail for that, no?
Such a blanket prohibition would be nonsensical because it would be incompatible with every state's right to support countries acting in self-defense. While the scope of Common Article 1 is contested and requires further discussion, even taken at its broadest plausible interpretation, the obligation to ensure respect embodied in Common Article 1...
Why did anyone die because of it? Pumpernickel, how dare you ask such a stupid fucking question? The law is that you're not supposed to fucking deprive people of objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, such as foodstuffs, agricultural areas, crops, livestock, drinking water installations. Unless there's some kind of military purpose for it, unless Hamas were like stationed at the water pipeline, but they turned it off on October 9th. Still Israel-Palestine, goddamn boring. What do you want us to talk about, Tony? I'll wait. Surely that can contribute to famine and is evidence of some bad intent. Maybe. Yeah. That's why, yeah. Classic Tony. Talk about Tony. I mean, Tony's clearly come in with an opinion about this stream. I guess I should tell you guys what I think of Tony. The truth is, I don't have any opinion on Tony. Tony is nothing to me. fucking fart in the wind.
Can do no more than suggest that all states must conduct a proper risk assessment for decisions regarding exports of military equipment and arms. So assuming that Common Article 1 has implications for the transfer of arms and military equipment, Nicaragua has failed to offer any evidence that plausibly show that Germany did not act in due diligence in its export law and practice. The German legal framework on the manufacturing, marketing and export of weapons, Kriegswaffen and other military equipment is four-layered and strict. The German constitution itself, the highest law of the country, monitored by a robust constitutional court, prohibits export.
Hey, now the chat's interesting. Now Tony's got a reason to feel something about the stream. Why so hostile, chat? That's true. Why are you guys being so hostile to Tony? Thought we allowed people to have their fucking opinions. And fuck me. Hang on. Where did the fucking video go? Oh, here.
Weapons without a license by the federal government. Following these provisions, Germany applies the War Weapons Control Act, its Foreign Trade and Payment Act, the EU Common Position and the Arms Trade Treaty as binding law. Mr. Tams already explained that at least 4 ministries are involved here, as you also see on the slide. The German federal government's political principles on the export of weapons and other military goods of 2019 explicitly seek to, and I quote the principles, design a restrictive weapons export policy within the framework of Germany's international obligations. These principles are general administrative rules in the sense of the German constitution. With these, the government binds itself and limits its discretion. The principles refer to the EU common position. Further, the export of weapons and military equipment is, to the extent feasible, subject to parliamentary control. The federal government informs Parliament about licensing decisions that have gone through the Federal Security Council and about the kind, number of goods, recipient country and involved German enterprises. Such reports also cover the total volume of the transactions unless in individual instances constitutionally protected interests prohibit such disclosure. This information is not classified, it's not secret. Allow me to single out only 2 of the relevant benchmarks. All other rules can be found in the judge's folder. Under the EU common position, Germany, having assessed the recipient country's attitude towards relevant principles established by instruments of international humanitarian law, applies the rule that it shall deny any export license if there is a clear risk that the military technology or equipment to be exported might be used in the commission of serious violations of international humanitarian law, end of quote. Where the German authorities identify such a clear risk, they must deny the export licenses. But please note, the assessment, of course, is by reference to the relevant equipment supplied. If it is a batch of helmets or training ammunition, of course the assessment may be no risk at all. In the narrower scope of the application of the Arms Trade Treaty, German authorities, I quote, shall not authorize any transfer of conventional arms if they have knowledge at the time of authorization that the arms or items would be used in the commission of genocide, crimes against humanity, grave breaches, attacks directed against civilian objects or other war crimes.
You've moved me from uncritical partisanship, Lorna Box, but every time I feel like I'm becoming more moderate on this war, I see something Israel does, which makes me think this is an ethnic cleansing. You can think that and not be partisan. It could be an ethnic cleansing. We won't know until whatever the next phase is. We won't know until settlers try moving into Gaza and people aren't allowed to go back into the north because the settlers want to be safe. We won't know until all that happens, right? Or until they go out to fucking Rafah and into the Sinai. If that happens and then they're not allowed back in, yeah, we won't know. But yeah, just go wherever the fucking facts take you. How do you know the pipeline wasn't delivering Hamas soldiers? Well, like the Shawshank Redemption. There's like one at a time. Like fucking Hamas recruits from Israel just go into the pipeline and just tunnel over into Gaza. I mean, did anyone see it not happen?
If an export is not prohibited under this prohibition, German authorities assess the potential that the item could be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of IHL. If they find an overriding risk of such a negative consequence, they may not authorize the export. But again, flak jackets might not pose such a risk. Our four-tiered legal and political control regime of exports of arms and military goods is robust. It is democratic, as transparent as possible, given the sensitivity of the material involved. And it is subject to parliamentary and, to some extent, judicial oversight. Nicaragua has provided no evidence whatsoever that the German licensing policy is not.
How can you make Israel accountable if ethnic cleansing has no legally defined term? Ethnic cleansing would come under the crime of actually forcing a particular ethnic group or a particular civilian group out of their area. I don't think there has to be an ethnic group, it should be a civilian group. Would come under crimes against humanity. Like forced displacement on that basis, when there's no security justification for it or anything, that would be, yeah, that's a crime against humanity.
Appropriate for conducting the risk prognosis required by international law. By contrast, the German legal framework provides for constant reassessment in the light of highly dynamic situation on the ground. The domestic procedures in place amply satisfy the obligation to ensure respect under Common Article 1, so that any breach is implausible. To conclude, the court must apply a reasonable standard of plausibility that does justice to the special features of this case. The case is brought to this court by a state not party to a conflict against another state that is equally not party to that armed conflict. It requires the application of a stretched plausibility test that operates on two levels. Nicaragua has not provided any evidence for the elements of causality, full knowledge, and intention to facilitate. Germany's conduct is far removed from whatever putative breaches of international law by Israel. All this leads to complicity being out of the question. Germany has fulfilled any potential duty to take proactive steps to prevent any misconduct, including alleged genocide, with its tireless efforts to improve the situation for the people in Gaza. Finally, Germany is employing stringent criteria with respect to a very limited supply of war weaponry. It thus satisfied the due diligence standards under Article 1 of the Genocide Convention, and all the more so its obligation to ensure respect under the broad umbrella clause of Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions. Mr. President, members of the court, the situation in Gaza is unbearable. Too many lives have been destroyed. Too many life plans shattered. We all want this to end, but this type of strategic litigation between proxies will not bring us closer to this goal. Mr. President, this concludes my presentation. May I now request the court to call on Professor Paolo Palchetti, who will continue with Germany's presentation. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Ms. Peters for her statement.
I now call Mr. Paolo Palchetti to the floor. You have the floor, sir. Mr. President, members of the court, it is for me an honour to appear before you on behalf of the Federal Republic of Germany. The court indicates provisional measures if, and I quote you, there is a real and imminent risk of irreparable prejudice concerning the rights claimed. End of quotation. Nicaragua has not demonstrated that Germany's conduct meant that there were any risks to the rights at issue. Its counsel said nothing on that point, which is, however, a crucial one. Above all, they dwelt on the tragic situation that currently prevails in Gaza and on the two orders that you issued in January and March 2024 in the case between South Africa and Israel. Mr. President, there is one thing that must be clear at the outset. Neither of these two orders can be used to demonstrate the existence of an imminent risk attributable to Germany. In your orders, you admittedly acknowledge that the situation in Gaza is such that there is a real and imminent risk for the rights of the Palestinians. But the risk at issue in your orders is that stems from the conduct of Israel. Your conclusion is based solely on consideration being taken of Israel's conduct, whereas what we're dealing with in this case is the conduct of Germany. And it is by referring to Germany's conduct that the existence of any imminent risk has to be established. What your orders state clearly is that the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip is catastrophic. Germany is fully aware of that. Its political leaders have declared on numerous occasions that they are distraught in the face of the suffering of the civilian population of Gaza. As a member of the international community, Germany has determinedly done everything it can to make sure this suffering ceases. It has stressed the need for international law to be complied with, and it has taken concrete measures with a view to responding to international concerns. These measures go to show not only that Nicaragua's contentions in its application are totally baseless, it also shows, and this is what I intend to develop this morning, that there is no imminent risk of harm attributable to Germany. In the time allotted to me, I shall deal first of all with measures pertaining to military assistance, after which I shall move to humanitarian aid. Nicaragua is inviting the court to indicate a measure, measure number 1, asking that Germany, and I quote,
Israel, in particular, its military assistance. Fin de citation.
End of quotation. In its request for the indication of provisional measures, Nicaragua justifies this measure by referring solely to the situation in the Gaza Strip. Yesterday, Nicaragua changed its position. No longer is it talking just about the Gaza Strip, but plausible genocide and other serious violations, I quote, occurring in the Gaza Strip as well as other parts of Palestine. End of quotation. Nicaragua has not explained why this change has occurred. It has not said whether there are any new facts that have emerged that require us to look at the situation prevailing in the Palestinian territory outside Gaza, nor has it provided detailed information on the question. Its strategy is quite simply to throw out accusations without specifying any facts nor providing evidence. It is this same approach that underlies the second measure, which requires of Germany that it must show vigilance as regards weapons that have already been supplied to Israel. Nicaragua, in fact, does not say anything as to how, in practice, Germany could show such vigilance. The agent for Nicaragua yesterday stated, and I quote, that this measure requires Germany to use whatever legal or contractual powers and whatever influence it has over Israel. End of quotation. Mr. President, if it is a matter of exerting any influence over Israel, then Nicaragua can be reassured, as it knows full well the highest authorities of the German state have on numerous occasions urged Israel to agree to a humanitarian pause and to make sure that international humanitarian law is complied with. Any measure from the court along those lines is neither necessary nor urgent. In reality, for the court to indicate measures numbers 1 and 2, Nicaragua would have had to have furnished credible proof demonstrating that there is an imminent risk that Germany intentionally, in full knowledge of the facts, or without showing due diligence, is providing military aid to Israel such that it is committing the grave breaches of international law. Nicaragua has not furnished such proof. In fact, it cannot do so, quite simply, and that for an essential reason. German law and German administrative practice subordinate the granting of export licenses for weapons and other military equipment to very severe conditions. Those conditions go far beyond what is required under international law. I have no intention of repeating what has already been said on this matter by Professors Dems and Piers. I will quite simply point out that it is difficult to understand how Nicaragua can state that its current request is urgent, whereas, according to German law, for a long time, very strict conditions have had to be complied with a view to preventing any risk, including that relied on by the applicant state. This is all the more true that the compliance with these strict conditions is something that is monitored throughout the lengthy appraisal procedure prior to the granting of licenses. Let me refer to two main features which
No justice is doing debate prep about Labour. Who's she debating?
demonstrate that there's a very painstaking assessment that is carried out by each. The first of these aspects concerns the number of authorities that are involved in the procedure. As Professor Dems and Piers have pointed out, the license authorizing export of war weapons requires intervention on the part of several ministries, and within each ministry there are experts who prepare a draft opinion as to whether or not the license should be granted. The assessment
I'm
is
trying to find, is there any article or any page that talks about Germany's defenses of their arms exports to Israel? Specifically, them saying that what they're exporting to Israel is only, doesn't actually have any risk of being used to violate the Genocide Convention, because it's all like helmets or training courses or like non-lethal shit. Does anyone have that? Because I can't find anything from these articles. I can see stats on what arms they gave to Israel before 2023, but I can't see anything, obviously, since October 7th, which is what would matter, I guess. Because you can't just recall your arms.
finalized by senior ministerial officials. In other words, a license can only be approved if the German government in its entirety, and that means all ministries concerned, agree that the export conditions have been met. The second aspect concerns the object of the verification. First of all, this is to do with the nature of the military material in question, particularly the risk of there being any inappropriate use that might be made thereof. And this is something I would like to stress. There are numerous military articles that come under the heading Other Military Equipment, and the export of which is subject to authorizations according to German legislation, show.
You want to know what war weapons Germany has sent so far since October 7th? Or what the distribution of their exports to Israel is? That's what I want.
No risk of there being abusive utilization. That is true of certain articles
So I
that are
can't
classed as
find
war
shit.
weapons.
Naturally, the situation of the destination country is also examined very closely.
Oh, whoa.
Each
The
request
voice just changed over. What the fuck?
for a license is given to the Foreign Export Service of the Federal Foreign Office, which then draws systematically on the expertise of the specialists of the country in question before giving its opinion. Mr. President, at this point, I should show you how this regime and this procedure have been implemented when having to do with the export of weapons and other military equipment to Israel.
Maritzi.
However, I don't need to spend
from
any more
AP.
time on this point, since Professor Tams has already shown you the number and content of the licenses which were granted in this context. The framework, however, was sufficiently precise. German law requires that we take into account how the situation on the ground is evolving. These are the guidelines which German authorities and German officials are held to, having to do with Gaza. To convince you that there is an imminent risk of prejudice, Nicaragua is trying to focus your attention on the number of licenses which had been granted by Germany in the weeks immediately following 7 October 2023. Nicaragua claims that the weapons exports to Israel have continued to increase during the following months. Professor Pele said this explicitly, and I quote him, "The sales of arms have not ceased. They have, in fact, increased very considerably." End of quote. This statement distorts reality. Professor Tams has explained to you the real data. You've already seen this graph. The reason I am showing it to you once again is because it very clearly illustrates that Nicaragua's allegations are without merit. What happened is, in fact, the opposite of what Nicaragua spoke about yesterday.
Oh, I'll just screenshot this. That's my big useful evidence for talking about it. Because I just need to say what Germany's arguing, mostly. I don't need to actually prove it. I just need to say what their side of the argument is. Oh, it's from Associated Press. No, Associated Press is the YouTube video. I'm so sorry. Shit, fuck. Okay. They don't
I
source
don't
it,
need
though.
to spend any time on the reasons that led Germany in October of 2023 to reaffirm its commitment to Israel's security. All the more
Well, you
so
might.
because the question which needs to interest us here is to establish if there is an imminent risk which could justify the indication of provisional measures. However, we cannot seriously claim to rely on the situation existing in October of 2023 to prove the existence of such a risk. What is more, by ignoring Germany's conduct since October, this risk can be established only based on the situation as it exists today in April 2024. And let me just say, once again, the situation today is clear. German law has imposed strict conditions on weapons exports. This law is continued to be applied and will continue to be applied rigorously by German authorities and officials, including when these exports have to do with Israel. In its case law, the court has already taken into account the guarantees of internal law to exclude the existence of an imminent risk of prejudice. In this case, the court may trust both German law and the continued practice of those officials who are charged with applying it. The conditions that are very strict and which should suffice to prevent the risk of prejudice to the rights that have been cited in this case. So let me come to humanitarian aid now. Provisional Measure 3, requested by Nicaragua, says Germany must resume its support and financing of UNRWA in respect to its operations in Gaza, end of quote. Germany, and this is Nicaragua's argument, by suspending its financing to UNRWA will cause imminent risk of prejudice to the rights of Palestinians in Gaza. The accusation brought by Nicaragua is fully without basis and of bad faith. Germany has not violated any obligation and has not created through its conduct any imminent risk of irreparable prejudice. And let me give you 3 points to prove this. First of all, you've already heard this morning of the varied efforts furnished by Germany in giving humanitarian aid. As Professor Tams has shown, this aid has never stopped. It was not interrupted.
Yes, we already covered the Hania stuff. His 3 kids and 3 grandkids killed. Yeah, we saw that. We saw his response, and then we asked whether or not these people were militants, or if they were surrounded by militants, or if they were actually just targeted because they're relatives. That would be quite weird. Yeah, I don't know. But waiting for more information.
And is continuing actively today. Germany has never shown the intention of stopping that aid. This circumstance is, in itself, sufficient to be convinced of the absence of an imminent risk attributable to Germany. Nicaragua is avoiding taking into account these initiatives. It is focusing only on the suspension of contributions to UNRWA. It is obvious, however, that the financing of UNRWA is not the only possible form of humanitarian aid. A state cannot be held responsible for an immediate risk of prejudice if it is furnishing and providing humanitarian aid to the population by other means. Number 2.
I've got data for that.
My second observation is that Nicaragua is basing itself on an erroneous assumption. It is not because of the lack of financing that humanitarian aid is not arriving to the population of Palestine. The true problem is that there are restrictions to the entry and distribution of this humanitarian aid. As you've recognized yourself, there is an urgent need to increase the capacity and number of open land crossing points into Gaza. In these circumstances, it is useless to focus on the suspension of our financing of UNRWA. It is clear also that if there are restrictions to entry and distribution of humanitarian aid that may cause the imminent risk to the rights of the Palestinians in Gaza, this risk is not attributable to Germany, which has never had any control over the territory and which has urged many times, including at the highest levels, the officials of Israel, that they need to facilitate the entry of humanitarian aid. My third observation, my last observation, concerns the position of Germany towards UNRWA. Even if we accept to concentrate specifically on the decision to suspend our financing, this is not sufficient to conclude that there is an imminent risk of prejudice. First of all, the decision...
Subs over dubs? What does that even mean? I agree. But goddamn it, where are the goddamn subs? Look at that. That chat is way too white.
To provisionally suspend financing for UNRWA had no immediate effect on UNRWA's activity.
Defunding UNRWA is such a soy move. Germany didn't even defund. They just said that they would do no further. That they would review no further aid packages for UNRWA, like no newer ones, until further notice. But then they increased their aid to other organizations. So they just chose different organizations whilst UNRWA were facing accusations. Lots of countries resumed their funding to UNRWA as well.
activity. In fact, according to the pre-established finance plan, no new financing should have been made by Germany in the weeks following January 27, 2024. Secondly, being aware of how necessary it is to get clarity on the grave allegations that have been made against some members of UNRWA staff, Germany has continued to recognize the important role that the agency is playing in Gaza. And this is shown by Germany's support to the initiatives that are financing the work of the organization, including the support for the contribution on 1 March 2024 of 50 million euros by the EU, where Germany is the largest financial contributor. Thirdly, despite the difficulties that the suspension of financing could have created for the organization, there is no immediate risk that UNRWA will stop its activities in Gaza. The Commissioner General of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini, recognized at the end of March that the organization has enough financing to continue functioning until the end of May. Moreover, some states have decided to resume their financing. Germany has itself announced financing of 45 million euros for UNRWA's regional work in Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and the West Bank. So now I come to my conclusions. For the court to indicate provisional measures, there must be a real and imminent risk of irreparable prejudice, and this risk must be evaluated with respect to Germany's conduct. Without this, nothing justifies these measures, neither in the area of military assistance nor in the area of humanitarian aid. Therefore, the court must refuse to indicate the measures which were requested by Nicaragua. Mr. President, members of the court, I thank you for your attention, and I ask you, Mr. President, to give the floor to the agent of Germany, Madam Tanja van Uslar-Gleichen. Thank you, Mr. Palketti, for your statement.
Back to the agent of Germany, Ms. Tanja von Uslar-Gleichen. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the court, in concluding this morning's presentation, permit me to reiterate Germany's grave concern for the situation of the Palestinians in Gaza, that concern it shares with Nicaragua and with this court. To alleviate the suffering of the Palestinians, alongside ensuring the release of the hostages and security for Israel, are central goals of Germany in the current crisis. Our presentations this morning have highlighted what this currently involves. Continuous and close engagement with Israeli and Palestinian leaders in order to increase humanitarian access to Gaza and provide essential humanitarian aid, in order to ensure the adherence to international law, in order to promote a sustainable political solution for peace and security in the region. Mr. President, Germany attaches great importance to the sound and consistent administration of justice by this court. Such administration requires a careful analysis of the evidence and a serious scrutiny of legal claims and respect of the fundamental principles of international law. This is especially so when a case is rushed to this court against a state that is accused of being in an accessory role in alleged violations. As Germany's councils have set out, Nicaragua's request has no basis in law or fact. There are no legal reasons to justify the requested provisional measures. Germany has neither violated the Genocide Convention nor international humanitarian law, neither directly nor indirectly. Our actions, where we support Israel and where we assist Palestine, fulfill our legal obligations and will continue to do so, mindful of changing conditions on the ground. We have done our utmost to see to it that in the Gaza conflict, to which we ourselves are not a party, the rights and obligations of all sides are brought to bear and are being respected. It is the privilege and the burden of politics to try to best possibly balance the legitimate interests of both the Israeli and the Palestinian peoples within the framework of international law. We stand by Israel's right to security and to self-defense while insisting upon its limits being scrupulously respected. We've done our utmost to use our political leverage to ensure respect for international humanitarian law. We continue to do our utmost to respect our own responsibilities deriving from international humanitarian law and the Genocide Convention. We've done our utmost and more than many to provide humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people in Gaza.
Oh, guys, while you're all here, by the way, I got to make a shout out, okay? Just so you know, because Progressive Victory have uploaded another segment of ours when I'm interviewing this lady, the activist, Money Holder. I just gave it to them for this one. Sure, it's only going to be on that channel. the segment, go have a look at it, okay? Go there. Do it now. Leave this stream just to go and like that video and subscribe to the channel PV Spotlight. This was a good talk because she was she actually gave me like pretty good answers to what the fuck this organization does and like what fucking progressive wankers can do between elections. Okay, especially in Florida because there's a lot of bad shit going on in Florida. You know, gerrymandering and shit. Like it yourself. What? Did I not like it? I subscribed. I'm ahead of the curve. Hang on.
My issues.
Okay, there you go. Look at that. Crazy. Okay.
We continue to work for a political solution too, by the way of a negotiated two-state solution. Mr. President, members of the court, this great hall of justice is not the place for slogans, but for a thorough administration of international justice. With the utmost respect to the court, Germany is confident that the court, guided by these considerations and applying the standards developed in its jurisprudence, will dismiss Nicaragua's request for provisional measures. Against this background, I now proceed to read Germany's final submissions.
Oh.
The Federal Republic of Germany asks the court, first, to reject the request for the indication of provisional measures submitted.
Are you US based now? Why are you interviewing with Progressive Victory? Because I talk about international politics. Why do you think I talk about Israel-Palestine? We'll go back to Brit politics at some point, but when the most powerful country in the world is choosing between Biden and Trump, there's a lot to talk about there. Also, for some reason, even when I was talking just about British politics or most about British politics, my audience filled up with Americans anyway. So there's more of you. And at the end of the day, I have to consider slightly what you guys are interested in. Not always, but it's a variable. What is this? What is this? Whatever.
By the Republic of Nicaragua, and second, to remove from the general list the case introduced.
You should move to the US. Yeah, it's all right. Just need to save like $50,000 to invest in myself as fucking green card shit. Something like that. At least that's stories I've heard from other people who emigrate to fucking America.
By the Republic of Nicaragua on 1st March 2024. This concludes Germany's oral presentation. On the behalf of our delegation, I'm grateful for your kind attention. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Office of the Registrar and to the interpreters for their work during these proceedings. Thank you.
I thank the agent of Germany, whose statement concludes the oral proceedings on the request for the indication of provisional measures submitted by Nicaragua in the case concerning alleged breaches of certain international obligations in respect of the occupied Palestinian territory, Nicaragua versus Germany. I thank the applicants and respondents' agents, counsel and advocates for their...
Is that foreign man in a foreign land, dude? Shitting on Hassan? Oh no. Didn't I say this? I told you guys, Hassan is not as extreme as some of these progressives are going. And it's going to bite him in the ass one day. I saw this in my critiques of Hassan where I called him... I didn't even critique him in that video. I just described him as far left. And someone had a go at me in the comments. I was like, well, this is a... Is this a canary in the coal mine? It might have been. I'm genuinely so puzzled as to why foreign man be shitting on Hassan all the time. You'll always talk about Hassan being in black people's business and then never elaborate. That does sound like a foreign man in a foreign land kind of thing to do. I can't even tell if it's satire at this point because I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he even brought him up in a video about problematic leftists like Vosh and Keffels. In his most recent video, he even told, I kid you not, a liberal hip-hop reviewer that he in black people's business almost as much as Hassan. I'm genuinely a fan of his videos and watch him frequently, so it makes me confused. I find the most puzzling part of this to be that he is literally friends with Sam. I find the most puzzling part of this to be that he is literally friends with... Bad what the fuck happened there? Friends with Noah Samson and FD Signifier, both of which, whom are friends with Hassan. One of which low-key stands. Am I just not in on some joke? Am I honestly just overreacting? I've asked Hassan multiple times to invite Foreign on stream, but never caught his attention. I'm going to keep trying, though. The FD collab was lit. Hassan Abi is the homie. Whenever, if ever, I'll be... Okay. Is he triangulating? Oh, no. It's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke. Okay. Gosh. It's crazy out there. Would I be surprised if Hassan got mobbed by the far left? Not really. What do we got? These guys call FD Signifier like an uncle and shit. It's so cringe. Is there anything interesting going on here? Not that I'm aware of. Is this happening with anyone else? Because I've seen it with commenters and I've seen it on TikTok now of Hassan getting mobbed by further left people, basically. But has it happened to Bad Empanadas Hassan take? Has there been any creators doing it? Called Hassan a fake leftist and shit. I've seen Badman defend Hassan. It's just that he thinks Hassan basically hides his power level too much. Hassan tones down his rhetoric so as not to offend normie Americans too much for somebody like Bad Empanada. Does think a lot that Western leftists overly praised China and pretended that it's socialist success story. Okay. Think you're being a little oversensitive and talking small point hypercritically. Taking. It's not a major point. Badman is simply saying that a lot of Western leftists like Hassan are dismissing how much labor exploitation China has allowed of its working class by capital owners. Really? There's a reason capitalists like Michael Bloomberg and Elon Musk move factories to China. It's not because they're secretly socialists. God, I love it that this is actually a fucking argument that people have, that this is discourse, is whether or not China gives a fuck about workers. God damn it. Xi Jinping recently visited America, a room full of American billionaires who roared and cheered. It's not because they're secret socialists. Wow. Oh, it's me. He's made videos defending Hassan against Lonerbox. Has he? Okay. Oh, the one where people thought that I was saying Hassan should get banned for having China supporters in his chat. Oh god, that was uninteresting. I remember that. Alright, whatever. Stupid. Boring. How do these people survive, man? Fucking brain dead.
Oral argument. In accordance with the usual practice, I would ask that the agents remain at the court's disposal to provide any further information it may require. The court will render its order on the request for the indication of provisional measures as soon as possible.
Have you had a chance to review the lavender stuff? Yeah, I read the whole article. The problem with shit like that is the people speaking out are all anonymous, which means it's hard to say who exactly they are or why they're saying the things that they are. And the problem is that when a report like that comes out, usually from the 972 people, a whole bunch of fucking IDF people will say that will completely fucking deny all of it. And then there's just there's nowhere to go from there. It also, like, I've seen a couple of, in the Assassination Factory article from 972, I did see a couple of things where they were just like misinterpreting IDF doctrine because they would link to sources that said different things to what they were saying in the article. Like the whole thing about power targets being civilian buildings. Like we're just going to hit a civilian building to terrorize the population and put pressure on Hamas. But what the doctrine actually says that they link to says that a power target is a civilian building that's being used for military purposes. And one of the outcomes of hitting that building whilst it's being used militarily is that it puts pressure on it. But but it's not like them just targeting a civilian building that's completely like devoid of military presence. So yeah, just that was one example. I was like, why the fuck are you saying it like that? Yeah, it's weird.
The date on which this order will be delivered at a public sitting of the court will be duly communicated to the agents of the parties.
Now, if they were okaying 100 civilian deaths as collateral for one Hamas commander, that's insane. If that turns out to be true, that's fucking mental, and people should be like the entire IDF chain of command should be in jail. But I'm not sure if it's that simple. I don't know.
Since the court has no other business before it today, the sitting is closed.
Their acceptance of collateral is high, though. That it is high, but whether or not it's high in a illegal sense or just a not as good as NATO sense, I don't know. Because NATO has like a whole thing where they're very, very stringent about collateral death generally. Yeah. Didn't they do that in Jabalia? In Jabalia, there was a strike that I think killed about 60 people, but the IDF claimed that it was a Hamas commander, an unspecified number of Hamas militants escorting him, and also tunnels underneath them. So there was a few different targets there. But again, you can argue whether or not 60 civilians is worth that, or whether they knew there would be 60 civilians, or they had good enough reason to think it would be that many. Or yeah, I don't know. But that's like it wasn't one. People said it was like one commander for 100 people in Jabalia. That just wasn't the case, though. There was no strike, I think, in Jabalia that killed 100 people for one commander and nothing else. Super Saiyan Solid Snack, that's the $2. There's no civilians in Gaza. That's a pretty fucking retarded thing to say. Jesus. Actually, I'm probably going to ban you for saying that. We do the same. We ban people for saying it about fucking Israel. Like, Jesus. Maybe they were being ironic. Well, they said it and then they super chatted it, so they can give me a fucking appeal if they want, but and explain themselves in an email, but god damn it. Made your deal with the devil there. Shit. Okay. When did you go over the article? It was between, I think it was within the last 10 days. Just go and have a browse. You'll see it. It's a really long article, so it's there on my screen for a long time. You wouldn't miss it if you just browsed through a couple of streams. Lolly review time. I'm not sure. Oh, did someone get baited by, did someone get baited by Destiny pretending to know where Gaza is on a map? Or pretending not to know, sorry? Shocking footage of Destiny unable to locate Gaza on a map. Southern Gaza isn't even getting bombed. Fuck me, dude. Oh, no.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Okay. Oh, so it looks like there are a whole bunch of military operations still happening in northern Gaza.
Yeah.
That's up here, right? And then southern Gaza is here. Oh, look, southern Gaza is not even getting bombed, guys. Okay. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Okay. Oh, so it looks like there are a whole bunch of military operations still happening in northern Gaza.
Misha has a troll account. Okay. Are the quote tweets trolls, though? Okay. Damn. That 30 shekels well spent, eh? 30,000 shekels well spent. Fuck. She's a troll. Okay. So I got trolled, basically. Well done. Dumb fuck, loner box. Okay. Oh, I saw a super chat. Sorry. That wasn't genocide. Hang on. Hassan's wealth was enough to do it. She said Hassan's wealth was enough to do another Pearl Harbor around Yemen. Oh no. Uber, thanks for the $5. Claims to be a progressive and part of PV, but didn't even ask her about her favorite 1,000-old dragon waifu. Oh god, you guys are too young for me. You guys are. I've got this fucking bedwetters brigade in my audience. Like, fuck. The little bugger brigade. Jesus. Ban, ban, ban. Afuera. True. You said we're 16. That's legal age. Yeah, maybe in shitholes like Israel and Scotland. But I don't think that means it should be. Laws versus morality, you know? Freshly. Oh, God. Daniel Hughes, thanks for the $5. Love your content, my dude. Keep us wankers educated. Hey, nice one. Really appreciate the $5. Okay.
Jimmy.
Do I want to, how do I want to format this? How do I want to structure this? Do I want to give you the TLDR in the Nicaragua case, or do I want to watch the Owen Jones video and just react to it whilst I'm giving you the TLDR? I haven't made a fucking Obsidian case on this yet because it just seems so, it seems too simple. It seems too straightforward. I mean, I'll do the Owen Jones thing. I'll do the react, but I'll do TLDR first and then maybe the Owen Jones afterwards. Well, then the Owen Jones after, yeah. Person whose name I can't say. Thanks for the $2. Kitty Dono Palette Cleanser. Thanks, guys. More people should do that. It's a good idea. Okay. Have they knighted Owen Jones yet? Don't know. Debate Owen instead. Yeah, well, we're gonna have to look at the Kalinsky stuff. It's more likely I'll get a debate with Kalinsky after I watch this segment of his. But we'll see. I'm gonna go on Twitch so I can clip the segment more easily. Or so it can be clipped more easily. Ugh. Okay. Ulcerous Spiv, thanks for $5. More people should do what now? What you did. Super chats, obviously. We got a good number of members this chat, but not enough super chats, I think. That's where I'm at right now. Underperforming, you guys. Okay. Go Twitch. Whew. Where is the thing? Just trying to think. Did Facebook turn on Hassan? Who's FB? What? No, not Facebook, surely. What? What does that mean? Facebook. Okay. What? Girlixes, thanks for the $2. Like the stream. That's good advice, you guys.
Remember
1,100 of you watching. Like the stream. Doesn't cost you anything. Okay, what is happening at the ICJ, the World Court, the highest court of the land? Well, Nicaragua has taken Germany to the stand and accused them of facilitating a genocide, i.e., the Israeli genocide of Palestine. And they've also accused them of doing that through two means. One, through arming Israel as they carry out their assault on Gaza, and by failing in their obligation to prevent said genocide by cutting funding from relevant humanitarian groups, primarily UNRWA. That's like the general accusation brought forth by Nicaragua. There are a few objections that one can make to this. Germany has given their case. We'll start with a bad one. If you want to be lazy, you can just say, who are Nicaragua to talk about human rights when their president is a human rights fuckface, basically. Been president since 2007. Not very good, pretty oppressive, pretty bad on the world stage as well. When Russia annexed 4 territories in Ukraine, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk, about a year into the war, only 4 countries rejected the General Assembly resolution to condemn Russia. Those 4 countries were Belarus, obviously, North Korea, Syria, and Nicaragua. So Nicaragua actually rejected a condemnation of Russia for annexing 4 territories in Ukraine, like not Crimea, like South and Eastern Ukraine. So that's pretty insane. But none of that takes away from whether or not this case makes any sense. So you want to challenge it on its terms. The first accusation they've made is on Germany's failure to provide aid to Palestinians as they are being genocided and as they are facing a humanitarian aid crisis. The argument that the Nicaraguans gave was was primarily focused on Israel's defunding of UNRWA. The Germans responded by saying, we haven't actually defunded UNRWA. We've just said that we're going to pause looking at any new funding allocations for UNRWA. So they didn't stop anything. They didn't take any money back. They just had a blank period where they said, we're not going to look into funding UNRWA for the foreseeable future. Some countries have since resumed allowing their funds to go to UNRWA, since it turns out that the Israeli claims were kind of exaggerated, even according to American intelligence. They weren't completely false according to American intelligence, but some of it was definitely like taken too far. And I think some information was gathered by means of torture. So, however, Germany doesn't actually... That argument that Germany made that we're just not going to add new funding, even though we've had a pattern of funding UNRWA for a long time, when it seems like UNRWA are needed the most, might not be the greatest defense. Obviously, I don't know if Germany's obligated to give aid just to UNRWA, because they can actually give aid to other organizations. And what I thought would be good to look at, as I was going through this case, was what Germany's history is of funding Palestinians, because we're about to find out they give a lot of arms to Israel. But what do they do for Palestine? Well, in 2018, the data seems to be that donations to UNRWA, actually 2016, Germany was 3rd. United States doing the bulk of it, then Saudi Arabia, and then Germany. So they're above the United Kingdom, Sweden, Japan, Switzerland, Norway. They're giving some money to UNRWA at least, and have done in the past. And obviously, not renewing this in the middle of a war is a pretty big statement. But there are other organizations that you can fund in UNRWA. And my position always was that if you're a country that has been donating to UNRWA and you're not going to continue it for a foreseeable future, I think that's fine if you think some of the allegations have some credibility, as long as you're willing to move that money somewhere else. I think ethically you have to move that money somewhere else that provides humanitarian aid for Palestinians. As for what Germany did, well, 2023, which I think included October, Germany were the biggest source of coordinated plan funding for Palestinians. This is Occupied Palestinian Territory Humanitarian Response Plan 2023 by OCHA. 30% of it, they were above United States, above the European Commission, above the UAE, Japan. That was 2023. 2024, this is a breakdown of funding. Yeah, to occupy Palestinian territory. Yeah, 2024, just this year. Data as of the 7th of April, so 3 days ago. Well, you can see here, there's funding by source. We got UAE doing almost a quarter of it. Obviously, they've been very busy in Gaza lately, the UAE. Second, Germany. $69,605,139. They actually lead America. 10.6% of the funding is from Germany and 10.4% United States. This 19.7 is just all other funding. European Commission, Switzerland, Belgium, Japan, United Kingdom, private organizations, Denmark. So I feel like Nicaragua is not going to have a very good case there, trying to say that Germany is aiding a genocide by failing to provide humanitarian aid. Feels like Germany are pulling their weight pretty hard on humanitarian issues. The military situation might be a bit harder. Germany gives a lot of military aid to Israel, actually second only after the United States, and a long way away from third, which is Italy. So 65% US, 29% Germany, 4.7% Italy. The argument that the Germans have made in the ICJ, and they've been fairly detailed in this, at least as far as what they're saying, obviously it could be disputed, they have basically argued that legally, in order for you to be facilitating a genocide, you need to be giving weapons that actually are capable of directly causing irreparable harm to the rights of the Palestinians under the Genocide Convention. And Germany have basically argued that the arms they have given are not those kinds of arms. So I think down here, they argued that since October, because, well, so we'll go here first. The first argument they made is that Nicaragua basically showed a massive list of approvals that Germany made for arms sales to Israel. And it's looking like this is the counter that Germany gave, is that they approved a whole bunch of arms sales in October 2023, obviously in response to October 7th. But then after that, possibly based on Israel's campaign, or I'm not sure, the approvals have gone way, way down. And the argument that Germany's made is that the funding that they're giving, the exports that they're giving to, that they're selling to Israel for arms, they've argued that since October, there have been 4 exports of weapons of war to Israel, 3 of which concern test or practice equipment. So equipment that cannot directly violate the rights under the Genocide Convention. And that 98% of military exports to Israel since the October 7th attacks were not weapons of war, but other equipment. The other equipment they're talking about are things like helmets and the like. So if someone might want to argue that, well, all that's doing, giving them the helmets and everything, they still need that stuff to actually go in and use the actual offensive weapons that directly violate the rights. And Germany is still aiding and abetting by doing that. But that will be a legal argument. I don't know if it's going to stand. I don't know if, because the standard for plausibility in the ICJ is quite low for the Genocide Convention, and I know people like Norman Finkelstein say otherwise, but that opinion is not just mine. It's actually the opinion of an ICJ judge in Gambia, Myanmar. Where is it? Yeah, in 2020, Judge Kress in the Gambia v. Myanmar, there was a whole dispute here because Myanmar were trying to say that the plausibility standard should be higher, and they were basically shot down. That, where is it? Low? Yeah, that the court applied a low plausibility standard with respect to the question of genocidal intent. So this, to me, this Nicaragua case seems pretty frivolous. It might still lead to provisional measures. They might not be the provisional measures that Nicaragua wants, same with South Africa. The provisional measures that were asked for by Nicaragua, I think, were for Israel to suspend all their arms sales to Germany, and I think to increase humanitarian aid. I don't really know the humanitarian aid argument, if they can really do that, if they can tell a country that's already pulling its weight pretty hard with aid to go further. But what they can do is they probably will be able to, or they might, I don't actually know. They might be able to pass the plausibility threshold because it's quite low. And if they found in the South Africa case that the rights under the Genocide Convention raised by South Africa are plausible and are at risk of harm, because that's what it said, then are at risk of irreparable harm, then that could mean that Germany arming the country that's in that position, Israel, that might implicate them as well. I don't know, though. I don't know. To me, it seems like a pretty frivolous case, but that doesn't mean it won't. That doesn't mean it's definitely going to get shot down at the first stage. Because I think the ICJ's entire thing is they don't want to ever be the court that missed a genocide. That's why the plausibility standard being low actually makes sense. I don't think Nicaragua is likely to get the provisional measures they're asking for, but we'll see. We'll see. So that's my TLDR. Let's see. And I've never really covered a full video of this dude for quite a while, so what does Mr. Owen Jones have to say about it? Germany tried, capital letters, for Gaza genocide, justifies actions because of the Holocaust. Interesting. Let's go.
Germany is on trial at the International Court of Justice for its role in Israel's genocidal war against Gaza. Now, this case has been brought by Nicaragua, and it centres on Germany's arms sales to Israel, which represent about 30% of the total global arms sales to Israel. In 2023, Germany approved weapons sales to Israel worth over 326 million euros. Last November, in the midst of Israel's onslaught against Gaza, military exports from Germany to Israel increased by around tenfold thanks to the German government fast-tracking permits. So Germany is the second biggest supplier of weapons to Israel after, of course, the United States. So many of you may be wondering, why the hell is it Germany being hauled before the ICJ and not the US, given that is, after all, Israel's biggest arms dealer, without which Israel simply would not be able to pursue the horrific onslaught against Gaza. Very simple reasons. The US opted out of the relevant parts of the Genocide Convention and the ICJ statutes. Germany hasn't. Now, last week, after I debated an Israeli so-called influencer, I was involved as a consequence in a huge online firestorm.
The Sky thing. Oh, God. It was such a weird clip. Hang on. He'll talk about it. Let's see.
Because I said that Germany was forcing the Palestinian people to pay for its own grievous crimes. That is the attempt, within living memory, to exterminate the Jewish people in the Shoah. Succeeded in murdering 2/3 of the entire Jewish population of Europe in a very short period of time.
I think the problem with what Owen Jones said was that he said Germany has decided to make the Palestinians pay for the Holocaust, which sounds a lot like intent. It sounds like you're saying that Germany said, like, they actually felt so guilty about the Holocaust that they felt that Palestinians should have to pay and that they were happy to aid and abet a genocide, like, willingly. Like, it sounds like mens rea. It sounds like it sounds like Germany actually believes that there's a genocide happening and they're happy to arm it. That's a stretch of what he said. BRB. Fuck you. Okay, you are trolling. You are trolling me so hard. Let's find the clip. Where's the... Oh, God, where is it? He tweets so much. He's tweeted this... I've been scrolling down for like 60 seconds now. It's like we're only at 9 hours. What? Oh, no. Wait, I don't know if all this is TOS friendly. Oh, God. The things we do for evidence. I hope it's on his actual Twitter account. It's in the video. Oh, thanks.
Now, I'm going to go into the case against Germany.
Oh, yeah, it is.
And why it matters. But let's just hear from the clip from that debate I took part in for context. And we'll see why, of course, it is, of course, correct.
In terms of arms, Alicia Kearns,
Whoa.
the Conservative MP and chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, in a leaked recording said that the government had received legal advice that Israel was in defiance of international humanitarian law. What that legally necessitates is Britain ending all arms sales, but also ending all cooperation and sharing intelligence. Now, you're right, Britain doesn't supply that many arms, but if it ends arms sales, that then puts huge pressure.
How much do we have to pay for 1.25x? $100.
On Germany,
We're savoring.
which has decided to make the Palestinian people pay for the grievous crimes it committed by attempting to exterminate the Jewish people.
Wait, what did he say there? Hang on.
That then puts huge pressure on Germany, which has decided to make the Palestinian people pay for the grievous crimes it committed by attempting to exterminate the Jewish people.
Come on, have some decency.
And the second...
Yeah, they've decided to make the Palestinians pay for the Holocaust. That sounds like they have intent to aid and abet genocide, which it seems to be what... because I think in the Rwandan genocide, there were some figures who did not pass the threshold for dolus specialis. But what they did have the threshold for was a standard mens rea for allowing people who did have dolus specialis to commit genocide. That happened in the case against Rwanda. When he's saying they decided, that sounds like mens rea. I don't know. That's like if you're saying, what you could say is Germany feels like they need to support Israel because of the Holocaust. And that, to an extent, that is true. They say that, they say that openly. But the problem is, as a result, is that it's basically like that guilt is being taken out on the Palestinians in ways that it shouldn't be. Like that would be a more fair way of saying it. But when you add that rhetorical flourish, you just sound like you are leading people to a conclusion, potentially, that is so much more egregious and unprovable. Because the problem is that the German left, and I think one of the reasons, actually, that this happens, that Germany's aid to Palestine right now is so high, higher than the United States in some areas, and it's been quite high consistently, even before the war, is because German leftists actually make the same argument for Palestinians. They say that, look, the ones who believe that it's like a genocide or war crimes or anything like that will say that, look what we did in the Holocaust, we should feel obligated to support them. So that's why Germany gives so much aid to Palestinians. That's part of the reasoning. That's not why all of them make that decision, but they clearly do stand out in terms of proportionality to their size.
I won't let you. The memory of the Holocaust will not be used this way. How dare you? You're not Jewish. Don't do that.
Also, was there ever actually any debate here? Was there ever actually an argument posted well, why is this fucking retard just coming in and saying oh, you're not Jewish. How dare you? That's really fuck off, man. You're supposed to present your case and make an argument for it. You could maybe ask Owen Jones. I would just like to ask a clarifying question. Do you think Germany is giving arms to Israel because they believe Israel is committing genocide? Just ask him that question, because then he immediately has to either commit to an insane position or he has to soften his rhetoric and say, well, no, I don't think that's what they're doing, right? You get that clarification. I think he would say the latter, though. I don't think he believes that. I don't know what Owen Jones believes, but that's one very simple thing you could do. You don't even need to make an argument. You could just ask a question. Just ask a clarifying question. Because when people always make these rhetorical tricks, when people do these rhetorical embellishments, you just need to ask them to just try and confirm with them if they believe a fairly logical conclusion to what they're saying. So when people say, for example, this happened in the Finkelstein-Benny Morris Destiny Rabbani debate, didn't it? What was there was a question. It was the four kids who were killed at the Gaza beach. And I think the IDF side of the story was that they were teenagers who were just on their way out of what was identified as a Hamas compound. But Finkelstein said that they were targeted, right? And then I think they asked him, Benny Morris actually asked him, do you think the IDF, the entire chain of command from the top to the bottom of whatever, 10, 20 people involved in that, with this insanely expensive equipment, like the drone strike and the Hellfire and everything, actually just said, there are 4 Palestinian kids here, just go and go get them. And every point of the chain of command just said, yeah, we're just going to go all the way over to Gaza Beach. We're going to spend between $500,000 and $1 million to just take out 4 kids for the lols. And then suddenly, the people who constantly say that Israel targets civilians didn't want to commit to it. Because when you present it in that way, with that level of absurdity, they don't want to commit to it. If anyone can find that clip exactly, you can put it in the stream chat. It'd be good to have it come up, because I think it's a really good example. Actually, let's just transcript it, because they don't say the word beach very often in this debate, do they? beach. Here.
When they agree with you, though.
No.
You've lied about this particular instance.
Here.
You've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just
Benny's laughing at Destiny here. He hates him.
on the beach, as is often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You can Google it. You can Google it.
With all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. That wharf was filled with journalists. There were tens, scores of journalists. That was an old fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful. It's so painful to listen to this idiocy.
And to be clear, on the other side, you're implying that a strike was okayed on the Israeli side, where they said, we're just going to kill 4 Palestinian children today for no reason.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Right, you said right, there was a hotel of journalists. Do you think that they killed 4 children?
Here we go.
You will never answer that
question. I will answer the question.
The pilots were out to
I will even answer
children.
And it was approved because that was a strike. That was a drone strike. So it was approved all the way up the chain that we're going to kill children today. We're going to kill Palestinian children today.
You want me to answer, or do you want your motor mouth to go? Okay, answer. In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human...
I forgot he did that. You want an answer to that question about the beach? All right. In this other completely unrelated event... Fuck, dude. I'm sorry. I don't even blame Finkelstein, okay? He's making bank and he's got a reputation. People love, he's doing fine behaving like this. People love it. It's the fucking viewers. It's the people who hate debate bros who think this is good engagement. Like, what the
human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent.
But organized by the Hamas.
Whoever organized...
Yeah, the beach story's gone. And Benny Morris isn't enough of the debate bro to hold him to the beach point. Yeah, they wouldn't answer that question because when you... Even though it's the logical conclusion of what they're saying, Israel targets civilians. They targeted 4 kids at a beach. Well, okay, so do you think the entire, like the chain of command involved in that strike and the amount of money that was involved in that strike, they actually decided that we're just going to send an incredibly expensive drone over just to get 4 random kids for no reason? Yeah, I'll answer that question. Okay, yeah. In 2018, at the Great March of Return, okay, come on. So long story short, I would ask Owen Jones just to either commit to or walk back the logical conclusion of the rhetorical flourish.
Really, don't do it.
It shouldn't be used to force the Palestinians.
Even for you, it's a red line.
Shouldn't be used to force the Palestinians.
Let's be clear.
He's making his point by pointing to previous accounts of IDF targeting civilians. Alex D, my adorable summer child. No, he's not. Because if he did, he would just say, yeah, I think that's what happened. Here's an example of them doing it as well. Less ambiguously, maybe. But he didn't say that. He didn't say a yes or a no. You could, though. He didn't commit to it. He did not commit to it.
I think Hen believes that you are disparaging the memory of the Holocaust.
Of course, he just did.
No, I didn't.
I said Germany is making Palestinians pay for the 6 million Jews that were killed in the Holocaust.
Yes, I absolutely did.
This is absolutely disgusting. I can't believe it.
I stand by what I said.
Well done, son. Well done. It's disgusting. How's he gonna respond to that?
Because it's absolutely true.
Are you saying that Germany is supporting Israel because of what happened?
Yes, it believes it can
rather than punishing the Palestinians.
It believes Germany.
See, the interviewer is trying to do what I'm asking, what I'm saying, but you know.
Germany has decided it can make up for its obscene guilt by forcing somebody else to pay for the crimes that Germany committed. It's a very straightforward point. There's nothing offensive about it. It's a very
Of course it's offensive. I'm telling you it's offensive, and I'm a Jewish Israeli.
In terms of arms sales,
will not take it back.
No,
because you don't care about Jews. Because you don't care about anti-Semitism.
You know what's interesting? I interviewed a German Israeli. I interviewed a German Israeli.
Let's go.
And people should check that. I interviewed a German Israeli.
One person's opinion is not definitive. And I think I do need to.
They're shutting down Jewish people in Germany who speak about Gaza.
Now, I'll go through the response to that clip after we hear exactly what.
For example, when someone says something like that, they are shutting down Jewish people in Germany for speaking about Gaza or who speak about Gaza. And it's like, okay, is there a case of someone who just spoke about Gaza and got shut down? Or give an example of someone. What did they actually say? Or is it actually the case in Germany? Because I hate this. Like, I hate this simplifying that people do because it's so effective. It's so effective because there might be cases of people in Germany who were silenced for saying things that were probably problematic, but not enough that you deserve to fucking get like shut down in a university or whatever. But we just don't know. It's honest. It's what right wingers do. It's what right wingers did for the longest time. Oh, I was silenced for talking about trans issues. You read the article, and 2 paragraphs down, what they did is they went into a gay bar and fucking screamed, "Get your dicks out, fucking T-slurs," and then they got thrown out. And it's like, I was silenced for talking about trans issues. It's that same technique. It's so cringe. Ugh. Pasta, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Like this, not clear enough instructions. Oh, because I said subscribe. Nice one. Sire Durf, thanks for the £5. You're only doing that because of Holocaust guilt is actually a far-right talking point against any progressive advocacy in German political discourse. That might be true, but I think don't Germans also say that we support Israel because of like we owe them something because of the Holocaust, like the Jewish people? I'm pretty sure the progressives say that as well. Anyway. Dennis, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Lonerbox, can you translate them? They are speaking too quickly. Oh yeah, because these guys he's English, isn't he? Northern England.
What's happened in Germany's trial at the ICJ. Before I share some clips and information about this case, some will quite legitimately point to Nicaragua's own bad human rights record, and that's why they are entitled to bring such a case. I share the objections to Nicaragua's human rights record, and this case should be judged on its own merits. That is, the strength of the case.
Great minds.
Another caveat, though, while a legal case such as this clearly has a purpose, I don't believe the legality of Germany arming Israel's genocidal onslaught is the final word. If the court declares it's legal for Germany to arm Israel to the teeth as it wipes Gaza off the map and murders its population, I'm not going to go, oh, fair enough. Same with the Iraq War. If the UN Security Council had approved that horrific onslaught, I wouldn't have supported it. But it is very useful at exposing the crimes currently being committed in Gaza and putting pressure on politicians and indeed helping the cause of accountability. Now, Nicaragua has hired the prestigious German lawyer, Daniel Muller, a German lawyer. I must say, that really is chef's kisses on their part. He makes it clear, based on the statements by Germany's own leaders, that they were perfectly aware of Israel's crimes, but armed them anyway. Let's just hear what he had to say.
24th March, the Federal Foreign Minister...
I'm sorry, you have 500,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel. You need to, I'm sure someone's editing for him. I feel like Jones can afford that. You gotta figure out your volume levels. You're killing me here.
Minister referred to the hell of Gaza and the dire situation of people starving to death. She also underlined that military action has its limits in international humanitarian law.
Okay.
And during her visit in Tel Aviv, Ms. Baerbock announced that Germany will send a delegation to Israel to discuss questions of international humanitarian law because, and I quote, as a signature of the Geneva Convention, Germany is obliged to remind all parties of their duty to abide by international humanitarian law, end of quote. And still yesterday, it was reported that a group of 600 German civil servants was calling on the government to cease armed deliveries to the Israeli government with immediate effect, exactly because, and I quote, Israel is committing crimes in Gaza that are in clear contradiction to international law and thus to the Constitution, which we are bound to as federal civil servants and public employees. Nevertheless, Germany still has not taken the decision to suspend its military support.
Gwen Poco, thanks for the sub. I feel like there's two things to look out for in this video that are very relevant. I mentioned them already. I think it's going to be... I want to see if Owen Jones talks about the allocation of arms, like the breakdown of what kind of arms are being sent, because it seems to be that almost all of them are defensive or are not actually directly lethal, which I think legally matters. Or if he's going to talk about the amount of aid that Germany gives to Palestine. We'll see.
And the export of military equipment to Israel. Rather, in a recent response to a series of questions asked by members of the Bundestag, the government reiterated its position that export licenses will be considered on a case-by-case basis and in light of specific circumstances. Members of the court, to put it simple, highest German officials have recognized that the situation in Gaza raises doubts about the respect of elementary rules of international law, and that these questions need to be addressed. Yet, while we speak, the export of German weapons and military equipment to Israel, likely to be used for committing these grave violations of international law, is continuing.
Let's go to hear from...
The title is Genocide in Gaza. Oh yeah, Al Jazeera does that all the time. Yeah, that's what Al Jazeera
These
does.
grave violations of international law.
Every time you put on Al Jazeera, they have this like coming up every now and then. It's always there, basically.
Is continuing.
Let's go to hear from Mueller on the justifications offered by Germany's leaders about their behaviour as regards Palestine and Israel.
Members of the court, the Federal Republic was and is aware of the situation, and in any event could not have ignored it. Despite the very many warnings, alarming reports and messages of the United Nations Secretary General, United Nations Special Rapporteurs, the International Red Cross, and even the European Union's High Representative, Germany continues to assure and implement full support to Israel for its war against Gaza and its population. Addressing the Bundestag on 12th of October 2023, the German Chancellor stated, and I quote, "At this moment, there's only one place for Germany, the place at the side of Israel. That is what we mean when we say that Israel's security is a German raison d'etat.
Mm-hmm.
Our own history, our responsibility arising from the Holocaust, makes it our perpetual duty to stand up for the existence and security of the State of Israel. This responsibility guides us." The Minister for Foreign Affairs said the day before, and I quote her, "Israel's security is a German raison d'etat. With this understanding, I have offered Israel all our support in every area."
Well, there we have it. Germany is arming Israel to the...
Lonerbox, why should Germans today feel about the Holocaust 80 years later when it didn't cause any systemic issues like slavery did in the US? It kind of did cause systemic issues. What are you talking? Holocaust survivors are still fairly disadvantaged, even the ones in Israel. You know how in between the Nakba and the mid-50s, about 800,000 Mizrahi and Sephardic Jews went to Israel, right? And part of that was because of the Holocaust, right? It was because of Nazi-inspired pogroms and people being held in concentration camps, and the local populations there often taking a bit of inspiration from Nazism and taking it out on them after the State of Israel was formed. And they left and they abandoned all their property and wealth to go to Israel, where they were discriminated against by the Ashkenazi population and where they've still been like economically behind it ever since, even though the gap's closing. But yeah, like no, the Jews still have they even made up for their population loss since the Holocaust? I don't even know if they have. They lost like a third of their global population. I don't think they've actually recovered to their pre-Holocaust numbers yet. Okay. 2015, Washington Post. Have they rebounded? Not exactly. There's a graph here, but it's paywalled. Fuck. Is it going to be in images? Be in images. Yeah, look at it. That's 2014. They're still catching up. 16 million pre-Holocaust, 14 million 2014. Yeah, got a little bit to go.
The teeth, despite knowing it's committing terrible crimes. It knows what's going on. You can tell from the statements. They're not stupid, these people.
See, I would... What did he just... What?
No, didn't have it.
Israel all our support in every area.
Well, there we have it. Germany is arming Israel to the teeth, despite knowing it's committing terrible crimes. It knows what's going on. You can tell from the statements.
So, okay, I'm sorry. Listen, Alex D, I need you to eat a metric ton of humble pie, you slimy fuck. I told you when Owen Jones said that about Germany deciding to make Palestinians pay for the Holocaust, I said that sounds like mens rea. That sounds like they know they're abetting a genocide to alleviate guilt from the Holocaust. You said I was stretching what he's saying. Now, lo and behold, Owen Jones comes out and says, they know what they're doing. Look at the statement. Those statements did not prove that Germany thinks they're fucking facilitating a genocide, you fucking idiot. Like, he just said it. He committed to the bit. One more time.
Well, there we have
it. What were the statements? We stand by Israel. You know, the previous one they talk about because of the Holocaust, because of Israel's security. But apparently this is evidence that the Germans know they're facilitating a genocide. What part of this is them acknowledging that they think that they're facilitating war crimes and genocide? None of those statements suggested that. Interesting. And Owen Jones, like I said, it sounded like he was saying,
offered Israel all our support in every area.
Well, there we have it. Germany is arming Israel to the teeth, despite knowing it's committing terrible crimes. It knows what's going on. You can tell from the statements. They're not stupid, these people. And knowing full well that Israel has, over the last few decades, engaged in murderous ethnic cleansing against Palestinians, the longest belligerent occupation of modern times, the longest siege of modern times, theft of land, illegal colonization, repeated murderous attacks on Palestinians. We could go on. And the justification for Germany to unequivocally back Israel is the Holocaust, the gravest single crime committed in human history by the German state.
Bro, how do people watch this shit? Like, none of those statements. You can point to just highlight a part of one of those statements that's Germany acknowledging that they feel like they're facilitating a genocide and they're doing it because. I feel like you should be able, if you want to argue against a particular statement or a particular position, you should be able to understand that position. It's not hard to see that Germany believes that Israel, the Jewish state security, the safe space for Jews in the world, needs to deserve security in the face of threats surrounding them. So Germany arms them, but Germany doesn't actually want to participate in the worst excesses of Israel. So they arm Israel with things that cannot directly, irreparably harm their rights under the Genocide Convention. That's why they don't give them things like shells and all that. Instead they sell them helmets or things that are only usable for training. It's just such a so this is the picture that Owen Jones is painting. Owen Jones is painting a picture of the German political class who believe that Israel is doing a ethnic cleansing, genocide, apartheid, war crime, widespread, all the other things, but they're okay with it because Jews doing it, and that makes Germany feel good about the Holocaust. That's the position he's just committed to. He just said it. That's insane.
In other words, Germany is forcing the Palestinian people to pay for what the German state has done, the obscene crime of the German state. That was a point made by the German Chancellor, their equivalent, the Prime Minister, Olaf Scholz, on the 17th of October. Here's a translation of what he said just after he spoke during a press conference with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Mr. Prime Minister, the security and safety of Israel and its citizens...
On par with Holocaust denial, you think? I don't think you need to say that. No, I don't think it's on par with Holocaust. It's just retarded. That's what it is. Is that okay? Is it okay to use that word? As opposed to Holocaust denial? It's just incredibly fucking stupid is what it is.
is part of Germany's raison d'etre and political doctrine.
The only thing you would need to ask is why is Germany giving so much aid to Palestinians then? Does Owen Jones know that they're giving that much aid to Palestinians? Is he going to get into it? Maybe he will. But is he going to do the all roads lead to Rome? They're doing that. They're actually giving they're actually, at certain points in certain areas, the biggest donors of aid to Palestine. They're only doing that because it gives them plausible deniability to fund the genocide with the other hand. They're basically just giving it, they're giving the aid on one hand, but it doesn't, because to people that they know are just going to die 5 minutes later. Which again, you were just adding more to the fucking comic villain that we got going on here.
And we wish to behave accordingly as the German government. The German parliament has supported this approach, and all parties subscribe to...
What's he saying here? What's he saying? This is him saying that he's helping a genocide happen to alleviate Holocaust guilt.
Mr. Prime Minister, the security and safety of Israel and its citizens is part of Germany's raison d'etre and political doctrine, and we wish to behave accordingly as the German government. The German parliament has supported this approach, and all parties subscribe to that. It is very important to say this now at such difficult times for Israel. German history and the responsibility that results from the Holocaust requires that we help safeguard the existence and safety of the State of Israel.
Now, indeed, we can hear Germany.
There's a problem, I think, when people talk about people who advocate either for Israel or Palestine, who tend to treat it like a zero-sum game. They understand that there are two national groups living in that area, but they don't think it's reasonable or just or fair or whatever for both sides to have their slice, whether it's like two-state solution or a binational one-state solution where they can both feel represented and secure and have their dignity and their live in a society that reflects their cultural and political will. There's none of that. They just think it's a zero-sum game. Either if you're pro-Israeli, you think Palestinians are too violent. They're too fucking crazy. They just need to go to the Arab states, and Israel just needs to take the whole land for fucking security reasons, and also because it's ours because of history or Bible or whatever. That's like the pro-Israeli side in a nutshell. For zero-sum game argument. The Palestinian side of it is that this land was always stolen. We were always here first. They kicked us out slowly at first with the evictions, then quickly with the Nakba. Why should we let someone stay in our living room just because they arrived 75 years ago, whatever? So it all belongs to us. I feel like the zeros, and obviously if both sides believe that, if that's the broad consensus of either side, the thing is that if you believe that, the war basically continues until one side is wiped off the face of the earth or kicked out to a different place. And we know who wins in that situation. So if you're a Palestinian who takes that side, it's kind of especially weird, I think. But I feel like the zero-sum game allegations are not really going past Owen when he just heard that Olaf Scholz statement where he talks about how Israeli security is a big priority for Germany. It's weird that you hear Israeli security and your head goes genocide of Palestinians. I don't know why you think that has to be a zero-sum game. But apparently Olaf Scholz admitting to endorsing Palestinian genocide is because he said we're committed to Israeli security. It can't possibly be that some people believe Israeli security can exist without Palestinian genocide. Okay. It's very strange.
Germany's own case presented by their lawyer at the ICJ.
Germany has learned from its past that includes the response.
He approved of their approach to the attack on Gaza. He approved in them having a cause for war against people who broke through their border and massacred 1,200 people. if you're saying there's like there should be more objection to the way the war is being carried out from Germany, then yeah, you can go into that. I feel like one of those implicit objections is the fact that they don't actually, that their arms sales to Israel are focused mostly on stuff that's like either defensive or secondary, as in not directly lethal stuff. But yeah, anyway, let's see.
Responsibility for one of the most horrific crimes in human history, the Shoah. This explains one of the principles.
Also, the Mott and Bailey here is so gross. Owen's claim, the controversial claim, was that Germany is intentionally aiding a genocide to alleviate Holocaust guilt. Whereas but now he's proving that argument by having a bunch of people saying that Germany supports Israel's security because of Holocaust guilt. These are two different things. There's a massive Mott and Bailey. Anyway, that works, I guess.
Which our foreign policy with regard to all Middle East issues rests. Our history is the reason why Israel's security has been at the core of German foreign policy. In her speech...
Why is there someone at my door? Is that delivery? 1 second. No one was there. I just opened the door and there's this huge fucking sack of shekels at the base. And then all I hear is a kind of and then the door slams. Huh, funny that.
To the Knesset of 18 March 2008, Germany's then Chancellor Angela Merkel spoke about Germany's special historical responsibility for Israel's security as part of Germany's raison d'etat. Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz.
There is again Israeli security, which my head will translate into Palestinian genocide. Okay.
Reiterated this point in his speech to the German Bundestag on 12 October 2023. I quote, "Our own history, our responsibility deriving from the Holocaust, makes it our permanent duty to stand up for the existence and security of the State of Israel. This responsibility guides us."
Well, again, there we have it. Germany itself is saying that its position towards Israel and Palestine is driven by its genocidal history. Germany must know that what it describes as Israel's security in practice means depriving Palestinians of their rights on a whole range of fronts. At the moment, on a massive scale, their right to life. But Germany knows that it is not paying that price. The rights of German citizens are not being attacked. It's the rights of another people being attacked. Now, the US professor of international law, Robert Howes, writes, Nicaragua versus Germany, the ICJ. Germany's agent weakens case by admitting that Holocaust guilt is the overriding consideration in putting Israel's security beyond other normative imperatives. Their raison d'etat, her words, of Israel's security above all else versus international law. Well, that really is the key point, how they have decided they should...
So again, a way around this argument is just to ask... is all Israeli security at the expense of Palestinians? Is there no such thing as Israeli security that doesn't hurt Palestinians? Like, should Israelis have any security at all? Like, should they have anti-aircraft or like anti-missiles? Should they have the Iron Dome? Should it all go? Like, or is the only interpretation of Israeli security the slaughter of Palestinians? Like,
respond to their past. That is their interpretation of what Israel's security means, which in practice means deferring to how the Israeli state defines its security, which is by definition attacking the rights of the Palestinian people. That overrides other considerations. As Kenneth Roth, the excellent former executive director of Human Rights Watch, himself the son of a Jewish refugee who fled the Nazis, Germany defends itself at the International Court of Justice by saying that its foreign policy after the Holocaust is built.
I assume he believes in one state with right of return, so doesn't think Israel should exist so as to need defending. Yeah, definitely. I haven't heard him say that word for word, but it would be like almost 100% sure that's what he believes, yeah.
Built around defending Israel rather than preventing mass atrocities. That's the wrong lesson to draw. Now let's listen here to how Tomer Doughton Dreyfus, a German-Israeli author, put it to me.
I think that they are very good in
I also hate this, like, I guess like you want to, you could probably say that you're amplifying like a minority opinion. That's probably fine, but I don't think Owen Jones ever really acknowledges that. Does he not? Like, I don't think he ever gets around that, like, oh, I spoke to a Jewish person who agrees with me, even though like the overwhelming majority of Jews in the world would take the complete opposite position to me. I don't think he ever gets to that. Like, it's a really poor representation. Like when the kind of people who try to say that like Zionism is the same as anti-Semitism. Like, I feel like if I took on someone from the West Bank who agrees with me on my stream, I feel like I'd have to tell you guys that this is not, whoever is in the West Bank who agrees with me does not fucking represent the average person in the West Bank. Right? Like the average, because I think the most popular party in the West Bank right now is Hamas. Obviously, like anyone from the West Bank who agrees with me is not going to be representative. But I feel like they always do this. It's like poll UK Jews support, even if the UK, yeah, it's 8 out of 10 British Jews who identify as Zionist. I think that's even higher than the ratio of American Jews. US Jews support Israel. See 2023 or 2021 was 58% very or somewhat emotionally attached to Israel. What about German Jews? Since we're talking about Germany, German Jews polling Israel. What did German Jews think about Israel? I can see Germans, but not German Jews. What do German Jews think about Israel? Some German Jews say their country goes too far. Okay, what does that mean? Is that a poll or find themselves attacked for anti-Semitism? Come on. Surely the people want to know what the German Jews think. Why not? I wonder if there's any country, actually. Is there any country where most of the Jews in that country oppose Israel? If anyone can find that for me, you can send it, but I don't think I've ever seen that before. That would be new to me. Not impossible, but okay. All right. Iran. Isn't Iran like one of the countries in that area that's actually kind of a little bit nicer to their Jewish population than the other ones, even though their leader's a Holocaust denier and shit?
In remembering and reparations, as long as they don't really have to pay the price for it. They are not the one that have to give up land. They're not the ones who have to, even when they gave money, even in the reparations agreement from the 50s, it was money to Israel so that Israel can buy weapons and infrastructure from the German industry. It was boosting the German industry. And in return, Israel promised them that the Holocaust survivors in Israel would not be eligible to...
Do you remember the 2 Afghan Jews? Oh, of course, how can you forget the 2 Afghan Jews? The last Jews in Afghanistan. And they hate each other.
Sue Germany independently. So it was a very messy, very dirty...
It's 1 now. No, it's not. It's 0. The last one left after the Taliban came back. But yeah, the older one died, and the younger one said he was happy to be rid of him. and then the Taliban came into power, and the last one left as well. That's the story of the last Jews in Afghanistan.
Deal. And they are on the one hand presenting themselves as world champions of memory and memory culture and all this kind of stuff. On the other hand, they have turned memory culture into the realm through which they can find their nationalism again. German nationalism today is around supporting Israel. It's around this historical responsibility and their interpretation of it. And one could also say that, you know, because it's not very legitimate to manifest German nationalism after the Second World War, they're doing it through Israel. They're waving the Israeli flags. Because, you know, Israel is the country of the victims. So how can they be wrong?
So all of that makes the intense backlash I received all the more absurd, although it's not unexpected. Anyone who speaks out against the current horror is liable to come into attack.
This is this is actually insane. Like the hackery that's going on here. First of all, the incredible Mott and Bailey over people saying they support Israeli security, which means they must be supporting Palestinian genocide. And then he gets the one fucking Jew guy to come and to confirm the thing, who is almost 100% not representative of the average Jew opinion in any like Western European country. God. Are we going to ever hear about the aid or the breakdown of military exports from Germany? Are you going to hear about that?
Let's just take, for example, this tweet by Dave Rich, the head of policy.
Maybe after the tweets.
Security Trust.
Maybe we'll see it after the tweets. Okay.
He tweeted, "This is what it looks like when a once serious journalist turns himself into a social media outrage machine and then trots out his YouTube clickbait material on a regular news show. The dismissive, there's nothing offensive about something so obviously offensive is perfect." Note the classic strategy here. Don't try and rebut someone's argument. Don't try and show why it's wrong. Just attack the person. Claim they have ulterior purposes. In this case, that I'm trying to provoke outrage. I never try to provoke outrage. I say what I think. It causes outrage sometimes because, in my view, lots of people get outraged about actually what should be very sensible things. For the last few months, people have been very outraged against me because I think that Israel shouldn't be slaughtering thousands of innocent civilians. I've had a huge amount of outrage over that. I don't think it's justified. I'm not an outrage machine, am I, for objecting to mass murder? But unfortunately, in the current context, that is.
I don't recall Owen saying the majority of Jewish people share his sentiments about the war, let alone Israelis. No, he doesn't say that. But what he does is every Jew he brings onto his show, most likely, I don't know if I should know if they... I don't know how many debates he's doing on here or any... You don't need to say... You just need to make sure that all your Jewish guests are ones who agree with you and not really ever mention the fact that the Jews who you're interviewing are not representative of the average German Jewish or European Jewish or American Jewish opinion.
It causes a lot of outrage. Now, I'm not suggesting, I don't know actually Dave Rich's current position on Israel's onslaught on Gaza. I'd love to know. But I would note he doesn't try to engage with my actual argument or to rebut it. Not a single person tried to rebut the argument I made for very obvious reasons. They didn't have any rebuttals of what I said. And there's a very obvious, straightforward reason for that. Because what I said was correct. Self-evidently correct. With absolutely nothing offensive about it, unless you're trying to contrive offence. Actually, the people who should be offended are the German state. Because I made a very serious accusation against the German state. Which is they are knowingly engaging in activity which is depriving the rights of the Palestinian people because they think that's payment. That's reparations for what...
Hey, Alex D, he's saying it again. Alex, remember you said that I was making a stretch at Owen Jones's rhetoric and interpreting it, and now he's actually like saying it 100%. Alex D, we're going to play one more for the crowd.
Because they think that's payment. Which is they are knowingly engaging in activity which is depriving the rights of the Palestinian people because they think that's payment. That's reparations for what they did, the German state, not the Palestinians. I had someone suggesting the German state should sue me for that. Don't think that's how defamation law works, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm sure after we get to the anecdotes and the tweets, we're going to get to we're going to get to the breakdown of German arms sales to Israel and what kind of arms and what kind of military equipment is actually being sent. And then the second thing, we're going to learn about the German aid that goes to Palestine. Why did he not mention that? He didn't even mention Nicaragua's side. He didn't mention Nicaragua's side of the story, which is that Germany cut funding from UNRWA, which they didn't technically do. They didn't cut funding. They just said that for the foreseeable future, we're not going to look into new funding contracts whilst sending a fuck ton of money to other humanitarian organizations that work in Gaza.
Though, if Germany wants to sue me in a court of law, I mean, they're not going to do it because that wouldn't make any sense. But if they did, I'd relish it. I'd just repeat all their statements. In practice, by the way, this has also meant the German state has waged a remorseless war against those within Germany speaking out against the genocidal war against Gaza by silencing, in terms of arresting, cancelling people from speaking, a whole range of ways. But gruesomely, that's disproportionately meant targeting Jewish people. Indeed, according to the researcher Emily Disch-Becker, around a third of those cancelled in Germany for supposed anti-Semitism are themselves Jewish. Is that how Germany thinks it's going to make up for its genocidal past? By targeting Jews?
What do they mean by... Why would they use the word cancelled? This is from The Guardian. Looks like Guardian font. Is it this or this? Yeah. Who's this person? I would have thought it would mostly be Muslims who were getting targeted for it, but people wearing keffiyehs and shit. I think Germany, or was it Germany? Yeah, Germany did have one of those weird, like, fucking clampdowns on keffiyehs. Have been Jews. Germany has prescribed many criticisms of Israel, such as describing treatment of Palestinians as apartheid, banned many expressions of solidarity. Main targets have been Muslims, but Jewish supporters of Palestinian rights have been deplatformed and arrested, according to the researcher. Okay. This is the research. Who the fuck? What is this? Where does she? Is there not a paper or like a poll or some stats? It's just a podcast. The Dig. What am I supposed to look for here? Topics. Just a 2-hour podcast. Is that good data?
This has not been balanced or felt that Palestinians can be safely featured because their very existence poses a problem for Germany's idea about Israel, right? So they're sort of like...
I'm not going to just flick through 2 hours and 22 minutes to find the stat coming up. Where's the research? Emily Becker, are they a researcher or a film producer? Wait. Researcher for forensic architecture. Okay. So not... Jews cancelled. So this is Owen Jones's tweet. Are we just going to see this kind of sporadic claim that could have even just come from like people counting names in newspaper articles or whatever the fuck, like for all we know, and then it just kind of spreads around, just does the rounds. Oh, Spotify. So that's linking to third. 13. 33%. Since Jewish life in Germany always feels so precarious, they also identify much more strongly with Israel than Jewish people in the US do. Okay. And that's from a Spotify thing, so I did ask the question about this earlier, but am I going to take it from here? Probably not. The German question. attention-grabbing name. This is the same podcast. Owen Jones, April 4th. Okay, he's brought that up as well. Why? Where's the research? Oh, we have a fucking 30 IQ in chat. I love how Lornerbox community can't see the fact that they don't think Emily's word should be taken at face value, but they take German's word about security at face value. How? No, you're right. Actually, that's a really good point. That's a really, really good point. If some random person in a fucking podcast says, I don't even know if they said that. An article is quoted a 2-hour podcast saying that there's research saying that a third of people who are cancelled, what the fuck do they mean by cancelled, in Germany are Jewish for supporting Palestine. I'm not taking that at face value, but I have a problem when Germans say that they support Israeli security, and that's why they support Israel, supports security, and I don't jump to the conclusion that what they're saying is what we actually mean, that we support genocide consciously. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, my head's just... I can't even speak properly. My brain's just been shattered into 4 million pieces. Yeah, you're right, though. It could be the case that when they say Israeli security, what they actually mean is genocide of Palestinians. It's not impossible. And without any further investigation, we should just assume that's what they mean and say it on fucking national television. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Also, a third of people who are cancelled in Germany for supposed anti-Semitism have been Jews, because a podcast that's 2 hours 20 long maybe mentions it, but there's no actual research. There's no like paper with findings that we can find. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna kill myself. Like, I mean, I'm not, but fuck me. Let's just maybe he's going to talk about the dispute over humanitarian aid and the breakdown of military exports. We have 2 more minutes.
In Germany, for supposed anti-Semitism, are themselves Jewish. Is that how Germany thinks it's going to make up for its genocidal past? By targeting Jews. It's also been used.
That's about Germany targeting Jews. Even if this is real, did this happen at university level? Did this happen? Was this the cops? Because cancelled. Was this a media thing? Was this or was this the state targeting Jews? Just like they did in Nazi Germany. Okay, good one. Jesus. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I'll keep this person in chat for being funny as well, for comic value. Greatest comparison. Lornerbox would trust Nazi Germany saying they built Autobahn to create jobs, since he trusts Germany when they say they support them for security. How much fucking stretching do you have to do? What does Germany talking about security have to do with them building the Autobahn? You just shoehorned that in because you couldn't think of an example. If you were historically literate, what you would actually say, and still be a fucking retard for saying so, is you would say, oh, what? You mean when Germany said they were invading Poland for security reasons? Do you believe them? And I would say no, because I actually have empirical evidence that they fabricated the security threats of Poland, that they've literally fucking staged events so that they could go and invade. And as soon as they invade, they went way past what was considered the fucking security issue, invaded the entire country, opened a fucking ghetto for the Jews, massacred people in the tens of thousands, and then did a Holocaust, right? But I guess you're like, but you're just like, wait, fuck, I need to wait. Security. He thinks security, he thinks you shouldn't just jump to the conclusion that a German person says they support Israeli security. And he doesn't think you should just conclude that they mean Palestinian genocide when they say Israeli security. Okay, I need to make an analogy. Nazi. Okay, what did the Nazis do? They built motorways and security. They said security. They must have said security. They were around for a while. More than 10 years. That's you. Is that you at the keyboard in your fucking mind palace looking for gotchas about Nazi Germany? The two things you could think about Nazi Germany was the Autobahn, and I guess you just like. Oh, I guess we just go by probability that they spoke about security concerns for some reason. Okay.
To justify racist treatment of German Muslims, portraying them as a hateful fifth column, I've had horrible stories sent to me, including a German shopkeeper who is from Iran. He fled Iran because he's gay. And because he supported a ceasefire in Gaza, he's been racially abused by non-Jewish Germans, saying despicable racist things and trying to force him...
An analogy doesn't have to be precise. You're right. It doesn't have to be precise. Caught him. You can actually just make any analogy you want in that case. You believe the pharaohs when they said they were getting the Irish to build the triangle, the pyramids, because it was for security reasons? Okay, good one, dude. Analogies don't have to be perfect, you know. There seems to be some confusion about what free speech means. Free speech doesn't mean others are obliged to give you a platform or lend you their megaphone or to be forced to listen to you. Neither does it mean the right to say things without being challenged. From 2020. This isn't necessarily like hypocritical. It just depends. We don't know if it's hypocritical because I don't know what the fuck he means by this researcher who said a third of people cancelled for pro-Palestinian activism in Germany are Jews, which is probably one of the most dubious statistics I've ever heard in my fucking life. But again, we can't really look into it because they didn't provide the research. And no, I don't count someone going on a podcast and saying, I did research, here's the stats. That's not actually, even if she said those exact words, that's not, you actually need to provide the data. Are we going to go to the... Why is this part of the video? No, this is the wrong video. I'm so sorry. Right.
To put the Israeli flag on his door. I'd also note, by the way, the statement issued by Namibia on the 13th of January, which was pretty extraordinary, essentially told Germany to shut up and sit down, pointing out that it was the first victim, Namibia that is, of the first genocide of the 20th century at the hands of Germany. That was Germany's first genocide. What an extraordinary thing to have to say out loud. I mean, lots of countries don't have one genocide that they can point to. Germany has actually several, actually, if we're going to get into it, because not only the genocide...
So now we're going to... I thought there was a problem with using Nicaragua's record as an argument, but I guess I don't think he's going to say the same thing about using Germany's history of genocides. Namibia, that was like the first genocide of the 20th century. They killed a fuck ton of people there. A lot of people don't know that.
They committed in Namibia, there's the Shoah, and they also committed specific genocides, for example, against the Roma. Now, we could go on. They have a very, very bleak genocidal past. Now, Namibia wrote, on Namibian soil, Germany committed the first genocide of the 20th century in 1904 to 1908, in which tens of thousands of innocent Namibians died in the most inhumane and brutal conditions. The German government is yet to fully atone for the genocide it's committed.
Was it either Himmler who grew up in... One of the big Nazi guys was actually in Namibia when this was happening. Pre-watched. What, because I know about the genocide in Namibia? Obviously. Coming of the Third Reich. It's in there. Why is that relevant? Don't ask questions. The Herreros, that's what they were called. Colonial practice, deliberate genocide. The German army massacred thousands of Herero men, women, and children, drove many of them into the desert where they starved. Population of 80,000 before the war, they declined to 15. That's such an insane drop. Like, holy shit. Germany, bro. Oh yeah, Tanganyika. I know this place because they mentioned it in Blackadder about basically Germany coming a bit late to the colonial party and just getting a bunch of scraps. It was Goering. Born in Bavaria, upper middle class Bavarian background. His father played a role in the colonization of Namibia. Ah, gotcha. It was Goering. That's how I knew, by the way. I read that book. Okay.
Namibian soil. They rightly denounced Germany's inability to draw lessons from its horrific history. And that's indeed the point here. Germany's making a packet, its arms company, selling arms to Israel, as it wages a genocidal war against the Palestinian people. And we're supposed to believe that's Germany atoning for its genocidal past. It's not atoning for its genocidal past, it's adding to its genocidal past. It's learned nothing, or indeed drawn the exact opposite conclusions it should have drawn. Germany should have made vast reparations to the Jewish people for the abominable crime that it committed. A crime which is so huge it's beyond the imagination, frankly, of the vast majority of us. It should not have interpreted...
Oh, you found the podcast transcript, Brittany Kahn. Does it have the word cancelled or 30% or a third or 33% or 1 in 3? Type transcript the cost into Google. Oh, that's easy. I can do that. I've used the internet before. Crazy. All right, let's see. Goebbels. Oh yeah, Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels. I see a Jacobin article. Which one of these is it? Transcripts. Oh, the transcript is in the Jacobin article. Jacobin is paywalled. Are they now? Those fuckers. All right. I hate Jacobins so much. We've had lots of Jacobin memes in the past. Oh God. No, I can't get into it. It's not letting me around the paywall. Oh no. What do I have to do to get some stats here? Can we just... I don't like to skip the hard work, but at the end of the day, everyone else has. Can we just all acknowledge that Owen has not looked at this transcript or scrutinized this data? He just grabbed it because it agreed with him. He didn't check where it came from or even think to question the logistics of how that stat would even be attainable. But he said it and feels vindicated because it supports ideology. Can we just say that, please? And move on with our lives. If he has the evidence, he can, or any of his fans have the evidence, they can feel free to show me that this was actually sound research that was done by someone who's not even primarily a researcher. When did Jacobin get paywalled? I have no idea. Why don't you like Jacobin? because they are ridiculous disinformation merchants. I can show you a few articles specifically, but I've shown in my video essays, I go over Jacobin articles sometimes, especially with Ukraine. Oh God, their articles about Ukraine were so horrible. Where? Oh, isn't she a researcher in architecture? Well, she's a researcher for forensic architecture, yeah. So, okay, cancelled. This is the episode, isn't it? It can't be because it's not this isn't 2 hours long. Hang on. Where was the episode with the transcript? Germany, anti-Semitism, AFD, Palestine. No, this is it. This is the transcript. Yeah, this is supposedly the transcript linked with the podcast. A third? 33%? 30? 3? See all the threes. Oh my God. 30%? Well, that's just the position of the article. Jewish? 60 mentions. Okay. Come on, it must be here. I feel like we're not going to get data with methodology here, are we? Oh, it's cancelled with one L? Wait, cancel. No, there's no mention of cancel. There's not. So maybe the research is sound and it's misquoted because the word, using the word, how would you do that? You would never do research saying like the number of people who are cancelled. What the fuck does that mean? It's like a Lauren Fox word. I was cancelled for... Why was this in The Guardian? Was this an opinion piece or was this just like... Wait, what was the... Where Owen Jones got the claim from? Guardian. Where's the... This one. This was the article. Who the... It's an opinion piece. Oh, it's from The Observer, 1 month old. Kenan Malik. I don't... According to... Bro. Just... And then you go here to look for it. You got 2 hour 22 podcast. Can you download it and then transcribe it? Support narcissistic anti-Semitism. Okay. So it's 31st of January. Episodes January 31st. I don't think there's a transcript here, is there? Oh, transcript. So if I go here, and it was called The German Question. Hmm. "31st of January. This is February, so it's earlier. Mohammed Al-Kurd. 28th of January. Neoliberalism. Oh, it's not... No, the transcript's not there. It's not there. Okay, thank you. Wow. It was right there. Where? Denouncing... No, that would be the Guardian thing. It's not here, is it? Top 3. Oh, the cost of Germany's guilt poll. This is a different podcast. Oh, it's a different podcast. It's a different episode to the one linked in The Guardian. I've been screaming the answer. Oh, wait. You found her saying it. So apparently she says in the podcast. Let me just bring it up and... Okay. We'll get to the bottom of this. Don't worry. Gotta work so Owen Jones doesn't have to, eh? And increasingly... Oh, God. Increasingly so, I mean, from the list that we keep, the organization that I work for, Diaspora Alliance, which is just the cases that we hear about either in the press or through word of mouth, and that we can confirm. I looked at the numbers for the last year, and I think that 80 to 90% of the people who have been cancelled, censored is actually the appropriate word, precisely because they are state institutions that are cancelling are racialized people. And in the German context, I would say that Jews belong to the racialized, the sort of discourse around the whiteness of Jews that exist in the US doesn't fully apply here. So of the 90% racialized people who have been cancelled or affected by Israel's related cancellations, 30% are Jews. So not research at all, basically. Okay, good. Nice. Diaspora Alliance. I wonder why Diaspora Alliance. Cases that are either in the press or through word of mouth. Did they have anything about this? And also the word cancelled. Okay, yeah, so this is not research at all. This is just someone with an opinion. Like, okay, cool.
That as forcing a people with nothing to do with that crime to pay for it. And now we see the cost. The killing fields of Gaza, where German weapons are used to slaughter Palestinian men, women and children in vast numbers. Another sordid crime to add to Germany's already grotesque child sheet. Please like and subscribe. Do leave your comments. We'd love to hear what you think about this. Do share the video. Get the word out. Keep the show their own on patreon.com/OJose4. Listen to us on podcast. I'll speak to you soon.
Oh, well, he actually did mention the breakdown. He thinks that it's all German weapons, like German training weapons. Oh, okay, cool. What can you do? That was an incredibly disappointing video, but what can you do? It's just is it disappointing if you know it's going to be bad? I haven't watched a full Owen Jones video in a long time. Yeah, I used to read his articles when I was younger, in my like teens and early 20s. I used to think they were really good, but it was every now and then I found him just saying things that couldn't be substantiated. Yeah, or I would try to like fact check things he had said and just not be able to find any of it. I'm like, where are you getting this from? But then I guess the problem is that these folks just they all just read the same. They all just read the same partisan bullshit. Like, and if one bit of misinformation comes out of one of them, it gets circled around all the rest of them like fucking wildfire, and then suddenly you're living in a world where everyone knows that, you know. Yeah, well, it's not peer review; it's a peer circle jerk, basically. Yeah. Do you think you'd be able to get him on to debate? I don't think I'm the right size for that, but I probably do want to speak to. I think I do have, because I already have established contact. I want to see what Mr. Kalinsky said about voting Biden with the Anna Cenk Krystal debacle. I actually care quite a bit about that. Because that's a lot of big names. Hmm. Reddit. Ow. Big crack. All right.
Overall, when you look at
I'm getting cold. Fuck. My hands are freezing. Hmm. I know people are sending me. Hang on. Apparently, Nicaragua closed the German embassy over this bullshit. Fuck. I take Jones over Electronic Intifada any day of the week. Yeah, probably. He's not. There is a spectrum. It's not like they're not like a fucking unit. These guys. They're so dramatic. It's pretty dramatic. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Change the plan. Ugh. I want to eat something, and I'm fucking freezing. So while I warm up and have my food, I'm going to look at the Piers Morgan versus Crowder thing, because that sounds really funny. Loading nuggies. I'm not eating nuggies, fuckface. Look at this. Wait. 23 hours ago. Okay. Did I get smashed with donos while I was away? I bet I did. I'll bet they're all over. Oh, no, they're not. Anyway. Ulcerous Spiv. Thanks for the $2. I really appreciate that. Loner Box versus Owen Jones Creator Class 2024, please. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. No Krystal Kyle. That's after this. It's a really short clip anyway. But we haven't really seen Crowder since he I haven't seen him on this stream anyway. We haven't seen him since he, I don't know, screamed at his wife and then fell out with everyone and fell out with the Daily Wire and is probably an abuser. Like, fuck me. When I say probably, like, yeah. Chat, is this 400 or 500 trucks? I can't tell, says someone in the Discord with this picture. You fucking kidding me? It's not my fault I was blessed with an epic fucking... with an epic peach, okay? Sorry. Stay mad. All right. Speaking of, I'm going to eat some carbs. What you eating? I'm eating a croissant with smoked salmon and cream cheese. And chocolate, fucking Pano chocolate. Pano chocolate, where the fuck it is. But it's like longer and flatter. Like a fancy one, I guess. Who knows?
Stephen Crowder, I want more.
You're not supposed to mix dairy and meat. Well, I'm a rule breaker, can you say?
More big government laws. I want more censorship.
I thought you were past this. You're talking about a foreign government, right? The communist Chinese government, who clearly do not have the best interests of Americans at heart. This is a government who has a vested interest in the destruction of Western civilization. We know that they're spying on American citizens. We know that they have their hands on the scales of democracy here in the United States. I mean, I've been banned from TikTok for saying that Xi Jinping has a small penis. TikTok. The
CEO of free speech to the CEO of censorship.
Do I think that the American government spies on its citizens? Sure. I also don't think that the communist Chinese government should be buying American farmland.
They own a lot of your ass, Mr. Crowder.
Stay Xi Jinping has a small penis. See how far you get.
My next guest is a passionate defender of free speech and a ferocious critic of censorship. Last time Stephen Crowder joined Uncensored, we locked horns on the subject of Alex Jones, airing our conflicting views on whether everyone deserves a place on a privately held digital platform. I don't think that people like Alex Jones should be allowed an unchallenged, unfettered public platform to spew lies which are done deliberately, in my estimation, to spew lies.
Unchallenged? Are you out of your tree, sir?
Now it's censorship of an entire platform that's up for debate. The US House of Representatives has passed a bill requiring TikTok owner ByteDance to sell the social media platform or face a total ban. Critics say it's a Trojan horse for sweeping digital censorship.
Loaderbox, thanks for transforming the content by eating while muted in the corner. You're welcome. It's a hard job. It demands high levels of sustenance in the form of fat buck super chats. Yes, you're welcome. Stephen Crowder is kind of obsessed with cock. I've heard this theory going around for a long time that Stephen Crowder's like a closeted bisexual, but what do I know? I don't know anything about that.
One of them, Professor...
Yeah, I'm just recharging my social battery. Come on. I've spent quite a while just socializing with you guys. I'm just giving you guys a chance to socialize back.
Jeffrey Sachs told me the US government is far more likely to spy on him than China. Is he wrong? Well, joining me to discuss that and much more is the man himself, Louder with Crowder host Stephen Crowder. Mr. Crowder, welcome back.
Thank you for having me. I'm a little nervous because, we had such a good interaction our first go around. Sometimes I feel like the second one you want spicier. So
not at all. I enjoyed the last encounter. I want real is what I want. Let me start. Last time, pretty much your position with me about Alex Jones was don't be a free speech hypocrite, Piers. This time, I'm going to start by throwing that allegation back at you and say, how can the king of free speech be wanting to censor Americans from an entire platform that they absolutely love?
Well, first off, let's not go straight to king. I know that you're using your vernacular. We get CEO, president, I'll accept. I don't really see how it would be hypocritical. My issue is, we've talked about Section 230, right? And this is where companies need to either be viewed as platforms, right? Be viewed as public utilities. They benefit from that. They don't have the same legal liability that publishers like the New York Times or Sun News or CNN, Fox News, whoever they are. But then they have the ability to censor people based on viewpoint. So that's my issue as it relates to big tech. As it relates to TikTok, you're talking about a foreign government, right? The communist Chinese government, who clearly do not have the best interests of Americans at heart. And we know that they're selling information. Well, selling, they don't really need to sell it to themselves. We know that they're spying on American citizens. We know that they have their hands on the scales of democracy here in the United States. That's a separate issue, right? We're not really talking about private citizens having the right to speak freely on what are regulated effectively as public utilities. We're talking about an antagonistic government with TikTok.
Well, to a point, Lord Copper, there's no actual evidence as things stand that Chinese authorities are collecting or sharing any data from Americans on TikTok, unless you've established any.
Sure, there's plenty. I mean, there's plenty that have also been admitted when we were talking about these hearings, but I've experienced it personally as well. I mean, I've been banned from TikTok for saying that I don't know what we're allowed to say on your program.
You are, yeah. We're uncensored.
All right, that Xi Jinping has a small penis. We did a segment called Trash TikTok, where we weren't talking about LGBTQ issues like you would see on YouTube, or for which is a bannable offense. We weren't violating any laws. We were just critical of the communist Chinese government. It was kind of a dare, and they were not dumb enough to do it. Banned us for that speech. So I don't know what kind of an American enterprise would ban someone for criticizing a communist Chinese government. But if you also look at the regulations, what people are talking about in place here is protecting American citizens. Do I think that the American government spies on its citizens? Sure, absolutely. That doesn't change the fact that a foreign government, especially when we went through, gosh, how many years of the Russia collusion hoax, it's happening right in front of your eyes. That's my issue with TikTok. It's quite a bit different from, and by the way, I don't think that it goes far enough as far as demanding transparency. I've understood the critics to say that, well, this is obviously something that would favor Facebook. And I do think in practice it could. And I do think that Facebook obviously disproportionately censors conservative voices. But that doesn't mean that we should do nothing going into an election. I mean, we've had Mr. Epstein on this program. Sorry, not pedophile Alan Epstein, the doctor who studies social media and online data. And that one story of the Hunter Biden.
This is absolute horseshit.
I'm going to show you how easy it is to manufacture a protest with TikTok. And hopefully you'll also see how dangerous TikTok actually is. Now, TikTok has been in the news lately, just recently, just today. American lawmakers created a bill to either ban the company or force it to be sold to an American company. TikTok's parent company is called ByteDance, and they are located in the People's Republic of China. And I've often said that TikTok is a CCP cyber weapon. And when people hear me say cyber weapon, they think of a platform launching attacks or stealing personal data. And yeah, TikTok is really no different than any other social media when it comes to that, but there is a huge difference. TikTok is also a cyber weapon in the terms of manufacturing disinformation and creating agents who live in the US and don't even know they're doing the bidding of a foreign government. Now, before I get started, I want to talk about a tool that I actually used to make this video. It was PIA VPN. So click the link in the description below or go to piavpn.com/Macbeth to get 83% off plus.
Yeah, I know nothing about TikTok apart from that it's incredibly fucking cringe. And the people who sit on TikTok on their phone all day are having their minds rotted. But let me see. Ulcerous Spiff, thanks for the $2. Here's license fee for this vid. Fair use enabled. Good one. War Thunder Lefty, 420, thanks for the $2. Keep working hard, Mr. Box. Like everyone. You put a picture of a box there, that's cute. Yeah, you guys should like the stream. That's a really good idea. The best idea I've heard all day.
Listen, I am deathly afraid of TikTok.
Just so you guys know, this Pay No Chocolate that's sideways and flatter is actually really good. It's so good. Oh my god. I don't know why. Maybe it's the distribution of the shit is better, but I don't know. It's really good.
I handle it like I would handle plutonium. When I did the research for this video, I used a virtual machine running Linux protected by PAA VPN. And I'm sure you remember me talking about how I use PAA VPN to watch Australian Netflix and that TV show Yellow Jackets. And that is a use for a VPN. But really, I use it to keep me safe online. PAA VPN has a strict no logging policy. So when you connect, rogue agents of governments can't see where you're going, and they...
People so stupid. God, why are people so stupid? Why? It was a really old clip. Is this a good meme? Probably like a 2 out of 10. I don't get it. Don't get it. God.
Can't see where you've been. And this is held up in court. The FBI actually tried to accuse someone of hacking, and PIA VPN had no logs leading back to the subject. PIA VPN creates a tunnel between your device and the public internet that hackers and rogue governments can't penetrate. So click the link in the description below or go to piavpn.com/Macbeth to get 83% off plus 4 months free. Now let's talk about why TikTok is so dangerous. You know, back in 1962,
God, why are... Oh, I said, what the fuck? This is an older stream. The tilted pictures. I didn't know that. Fuck, I didn't notice that the first time. Damn, remember that? The tilted memes were so good. You guys were like fucking animals. Pay pigs. Same shirt. It's not the same. It's not the same shirt. This is a more pink shirt. This is and I'm wearing a less pink shirt.
There was this movie called The Manchurian Candidate. It was about a Korean War veteran who was captured by the Chinese and was brainwashed into becoming this unwitting assassin. And when this assassin sees the Queen of Diamonds, he becomes activated as an assassin. And that's pretty much what TikTok is doing. If you take a look at Aaron Bushnell, a former Air Force intel guy who did something I can't talk about on YouTube, but I'll call a silly thing in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., you kind of have to ask yourself, how did Aaron Bushnell become radicalized? Did he travel to Yemen? Did he learn Arabic? Did he study the Quran? Did he work with an aid organization in Gaza and saw the horrible conditions of the Palestinian people there? Or maybe Aaron Bushnell was radicalized by a combination of social media and raw footage streaming 24/7 from Gaza. I mean, most millennials get their news from social media, and TikTok is the top news source for Gen Z. And increasingly...
Oh, what a fucking horror show, man. Oh, God. The world's not safe for these people, man. They're so dangerous, and they're so stupid. And their attention spans are too fucking annihilated by TikTok for them to ever change their minds on anything. Oh, no. For them to get convinced by any new information. Bro. It's over. Oh, the Crazy Night Sky person was celebrating Hitler killing himself. Ah, good one. Good one. Okay, great.
Is the most popular news source for Americans overall. So now we have a news organization that is ultimately under the influence of a foreign country that is under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. Remember 1988, there was that movie Working Girl, Melanie Griffith, Sigourney Weaver?
I remember.
All right. The movie is about an ambitious secretary who comes up with an idea to save her client from being acquired by a Japanese company. And the idea involved purchasing a radio station because at the time, foreign companies were prohibited from owning American media companies. This was banned by the Federal Communications Commission.
See, my idea is that they get their feet wet in radio and build from there. I mean, it's not as glamorous as jumping right into TV, but it's a solid place to start, and there's a lot more of them for sale. Plus, it would solve Trask's problem with his Japanese...
Yeah, I was freshly 25. True.
...competitors trying to take him over, because FCC forbids foreign ownership of radio as well as TV.
Come for the intelligence analysis, stay for the obscure 80s movies. I mean, could you imagine Ronald Reagan allowing the Soviets to buy an American television station back in 1988? Well, I don't think they're going to be doing that. So, it looks like today the FCC approves foreign media ownership on a case-by-case basis, but let's look at TikTok demographics, and you're going to see something really interesting. This is worse than the Soviets buying a news channel in 1988. We're talking 150 million monthly.
I love it when Americans do this cadence where they just end up soying out when they talk. We're talking. I can't even do it. My range is so limited. But okay.
Active U.S. TikTok users, and that was as of March 2023. The American news channel CNN reaches about 53 million monthly households.
I'm sorry.
So, a unit that's ultimately reporting to the Chinese Communist Party.
I will keep trying. It makes me happy. Oh, fuck.
Monthly households. So, a unit that's ultimately reporting to the Chinese Communist Party has 3 times as many American viewers as CNN. Why are we letting this happen? And here's the ultimate culmination of this. This video was sent to me by a few people. I didn't really know what to do with this video because I'm not going to make a video where I just make fun of somebody. But what's interesting is that
it's just so much character.
I heard about this bill. I put 2 and 2 together and went, oh my God, this is how it starts. So I'm going to show you the video and then I'm going to point a few things out. I don't know if I need to do a trigger warning or whatever, but this video is really racist. It contains a swear word that I'm going to bleep out. But if you can't handle an adult discussion on racism, skip to this time up here.
It makes me feel... I was on the train yesterday on the way to JFK to get on the plane, and there was a group of Orthodox Jews in front of me, and my first thought was, I wonder if they are in support of this imperialist colonizer.
Just trying to think of the fucking words. You know, in The Simpsons, when fellow youths, fellow cherubs. You know, when Mr. Burns has so many diseases that none of them can actually get space to multiply. She's got so many fucking TikTok buzzwords in her head that she has to stop and wait. What? Where are we cycling on? We've done imperialist. Okay, should we do white supremacist, apartheid, genocide, colonizer? Yeah, okay, I haven't done colonizer since Wednesday. Fuck me, dude. It's good of her to assume that the Jewish people on the plane might support Israel, though, because most Jews do support Israel. At least she hasn't watched enough TikTok to... She hasn't watched enough Owen Jones videos to feel like every Jew that's outside of Israel is actually a fucking communist. But okay. What a fucking brilliant.
Imperialist. Colonizer.
Bro, I'm not even part of this movement, and I can rattle off these terms better than she can. What the fuck? How new to this conversation is she?
Settler, state that is Israel, and I wonder if they're in support of this occupation
Rule of
and
three,
this
good one.
genocide. And then I immediately I want to just stay the away from me.
Yeah, that girl really said that. She set up her camera and she willingly recorded herself crying because she was triggered by seeing a couple of Orthodox Jews on the train. Did this girl become radicalized by traveling to Yemen? Maybe she was studying the Quran. Maybe she was learning Arabic. Maybe she was working in a refugee camp in Gaza. Notice how she pauses when she says imperialist, colonizer, settler.
Imperialist, colonizer, settler.
It's like she's reaching for words. It's probably because these are words that she just learned in the past few months, and these aren't words that normal people use in everyday conversation. And
she's about to say the N-word, but then she realized she's in the wrong decade. It's not 2014 anymore, so she had to think of... I'm sorry.
Actually, what's kind of funny is that people who talk about Israel and colonizers should really read about the founding of Islam. By the year 750, the Umayyad Caliphate extended onto 3 different continents.
Oh, God.
Well, in Islam, you can't forcibly convert anybody. You can force non-Muslims to pay a jizya if they don't convert. And, of course, some people converted because they believed in their heart that there is no God but God, Muhammad is his messenger. And that's cool. But anybody who has studied Islam, like I have, or read the Quran, like I have, knows that Europeans are not the world's only colonizers. And I have said this before. The only reason that you are alive today is that 20 or so generations ago, your ancestors rode into a village, Conan the Barbarian style, and wiped out everybody living there. Like that scene in the movie The Revenant, we are all savages. Now, this doesn't excuse bad behavior today, but it does explain it. And if we know what we're doing, we can take steps to appeal to the better angels of our nature and not do those things. And speaking of that, if this had been a group of African Americans, would the girl still have made this video? I guess racism against Jews is cool now.
Uh-oh.
You know, I'm a Protestant.
I don't mind this video, but he's talking about, this supposed to be about TikTok, isn't it? Where is he just using her as an example of someone who's radicalized by TikTok? And TikTok doesn't educate you in full sentences, so you have to sit there going, these racist, colonizer, Jew premicist, white Jew premicist. What is this? Loner bomb. Oh no. Jesus. What's this? It's dry because the pipe's dry. They take it out and it's not going to soak the rocket powder. Wait, why? Who the fuck filmed this? Who did the screen cap? Why is their audio so horrible? Because the pipe's dry, they take it out, and it's not going to soak the rocket powder fertilizer. Imagine firing a rocket and all the shit inside is wet. Did someone just stand in front of their phone with a camcorder and zoom it in? Like, listen, don't ask. Stop. Don't ask a Middle Eastern person how he knows so much about rockets, okay? Wow. Trouble. Where is... I mean, my console was updating today, my interface. I hope it doesn't mean it's disabled my plugins. No, my plugins are there. There's no way there's that much fucking low mid on my voice. Over 1,000 cunts watching this stream. Thank you so much for sticking around, guys. I really appreciate that. That's how you always sound, just trying to get you to spend days on your audio like Destiny did? No, I've already done days on my audio. No, I've already done days on my audio. That's what I sound like. No, I've already done days on my audio. That's what I sound like. Okay. So, I wonder if I could actually do some tweaking. It does sound a little bit... There's something wrong. Not something wrong, there's just something that could be better. There's a frequency in there that it doesn't necessarily need. I wonder, this might actually be the most efficient way to do it. Stay with me, guys. Okay, so if I just talk now... Okay, so if I just talk now... The mids are fine. Okay, so if I just talk now... The mids are fine. Okay, so if I just talk now... The mids are fine. Okay, so if I just talk now... The mids are fine. But there's something around there. So if I just talk now, 5 to 6K area. The mids are fine. But there's something around there. So if I just talk now, 5 to 6. Okay. I just need to let it hang for a second. So I can get it back, okay? I think I want to cut around 5 or 6K. I think I want to cut around 5 or 6K. I think I want to cut around 5 or 6K. I think I want to cut around... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a little bit better. There was just some kind of like crisp on the... There was like some kind of fizzle on the 6K area. I feel like these mid cuts are actually sounding a bit unnatural as well, but I don't... I feel like I could get a better monitoring system for that. The mids are fine now. The mids were always fine. But maybe the cuts are just too big. Let's maybe just reintroduce some of this. And that 4 cuts might be too big. 4 cuts might be too big. So bringing the mids back might be too big. So bringing the mids back probably helps. It was actually too big. So bringing the mids back probably helps. Yeah, that's better. Okay, good. I'm happy. Add a low pass filter. Why? Why the fuck would I add a low pass filter? Do you understand what you know what you're saying, right? You understand what is coming out of your face right now? You want me to add a low pass filter like this? That's a low pass filter. Let go further. You want to hear? All right. That's a high pass. No, you fucking illiterate cunts. That's not a high pass. High pass. Low pass means the lows pass the EQ. A low pass is a high cut. No, Asher, that's a... Fuck off. Tell me what to do. Jesus. Look. I'll show you. Do you see here the one that takes out the lows? The one that takes out the lows, it's called high pass. This here, low pass. The low pass takes out the highs, because it allows the lows to pass through the EQ. Okay. I think telephone frequencies around here, right? Anyway, stop being weird, guys. Stop. Stop being weird. Okay, hi. Welcome back.
Ireland. And my family used to have to think about what neighborhood they walked through going home, because if it was a Catholic neighborhood, you could get into a lot of trouble.
My fucking body just glitched and I spat out like... I'm sorry. What the fuck? I've never done that before.
A few days ago, a video popped up on Twitter of an Army warrant officer who was defending a Chinese-American postal employee when the recorder of this video...
Call Hassan, he's crying. What's Hassan doing?
Bro, I get 30 minutes? 30 minutes? Okay, dude, that's crazy. Okay, thank God I live in fucking California. Jesus Christ, dude.
No, that's not crying. That's just what he talks like. Okay.
Said something racist about the Chinese.
You told her, go back to China, and it's not China. Look, your army outfit doesn't mean nothing. You want to do hand-to-hand combat outside, let me know anytime you want. Okay, turn the camera off. Anytime you want. Turn the camera off, let's go outside. Anytime you want. Let's go. Let's go outside. Let's go. Call the cops. Look. Asians do a lot for this country, all right? Don't call her a communist about being in China.
That Army warrant officer who stood up for the Chinese woman, that's America right there.
Yeah.
Not this. Not her. That's not America.
Nah.
So remember how I talked about the Manchurian candidate?
I'm afraid it is actually. I'm afraid it is actually America. Those guys, they're part of America, you know? That's what suburbia, the internet, and private school will do to you. Like, that's America, baby. It's all America.
You know, we now have 150 million Manchurian candidates, including this woman. And their activation can be as easy as making a video. And I want to show you how easy it is. So I went and got a TikTok advertiser account, and know that I am so afraid of TikTok that I did it on a virtual machine behind a VPN.
Obviously.
That's how scared I am of TikTok.
Jesus Christ.
Now, note that if you see me on TikTok, it's a person that stole my content. Multiple people pretend to be me on TikTok, and TikTok never does anything about it.
Hey.
Let's do the demo.
I need some of that. Where are you guys? Where's my fucking fan channels? My people making Twitter clips and Instagram and TikTok shit? Where are my droogs?
So let's say I want to shut down I-495, which is the main highway in Washington, D.C., and I'm going to protest Gaza. Here's how I would go about doing it through TikTok. I'm going to log into my TikTok merchant account, and I'm going to choose lead generation. I'm going to choose a custom audience and choose DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So basically people who live near the Beltway. I'm also going to choose a custom audience, which is females between the ages of 18 and 34.
Okay.
Now, the reason I'm going to do this is that I'm basically targeting the kind of radicalized women that we see in this post, and the ones who tried to shut down Mayor Bowser in Washington, D.C. And I want to target these women because if you invite women, men will come. Back when I first joined the military in the early 90s, my first sergeant was a Vietnam vet. And he said that he was stationed at the Pentagon and he would go to anti-war protests, not to protest, but to meet girls. And the girls would see he's a soldier and they would think, oh, I'm going to bring him into our way of thinking. And he wasn't there for that. He was there for an entirely different reason. And it worked. So if we invite women, we'll also get the friends.
If we invite women!
And I'm going to make my language English and Arabic. And I want it to be Arabic because I'm hoping that some Palestinian women will be there because this will create photo opportunities for all the wealthy and activist women that we're actually targeting. And the amazing part about this is they don't even know that they're being manipulated.
This guy's
So
weird,
we can use virtue signaling to our benefit.
Is this ethical? What the fuck?
In this case. So this will increase social media engagement after the
Just
event.
catfishing a bunch of fucking women and chaser activists,
hotels,
Palestinian
exhibits, travel, charity,
chasers of Palestinian women,
health and wellness. The reason is that you want women who have enough disposable income that they can take off work or travel to go protest, or we're talking about college students who are professional agitators. So this is kind of where environmental protection people come into play. Those people know how to organize, they know how to protest. I'm also looking for people who liked, commented, or shared social news, social issues, or environmental protection issues. These people are more likely to attend a protest than people who just pass the video by and didn't do anything. So in this case, I want the protest to be March 26th of 2024. That is a Tuesday, and the reason I'm choosing that is for maximum carnage. A lot of people in Washington, D.C. work from home on Mondays and on Fridays. So we're going to go for a Tuesday so we can cause the biggest traffic jam we can. I'm going to give myself a budget of $1,000 a day. I said that. And I'm going to set this to run from the 13th to the 25th, which is 13 days. So we're talking $13,000.
I did not know that maximum carnage occurred on Tuesdays. Who are the Tuesday people? They're people who just wait for Tuesday and then fuck shit up. Huh.
Should give me between 52 and 156 leads per day, or between 676 and 2,028 leads for the entire campaign. Honestly, I only need 10 or so people to shut down the highway. Then I need a creator to make me a video. I just need to call some creator or contact and just be like, hi, my name is Ryan from the Ceasefire Coalition. I'm organizing a protest on the Beltway to shut down traffic. Will you make a video? Here are the details. Now, with a larger budget, I could actually target multiple cities. And if TikTok had an armory in every American city and was just handing out weapons to civilians on the street, how fast would we shut that armory down, right? But when we have 150 million people who could be weaponized and be on the streets at the bidding of a foreign government, each of whom could be a potential insider threat, we don't do anything? I mean, TikTok already conducted a cyber warfare strike against the United States. It urged its followers to contact Congress, which overwhelmed the congressional phone lines, interrupting the business of Congress. So what can we do? Well, this is a free country, right? Usually banning things doesn't work, and there may be a freedom of speech component to allowing TikTok to exist. But it might be possible to force a sale to an American company, or even just to restrict social media usage to people who are over 18 years of age. One of my biggest fears with Aaron Bushnell is that people praised his actions. People made t-shirts. People suggested that he was going to be a...
Oh my God. Oh fucking hell, man. You fucking kidding me? That's unbelievable. There's no way. Oh my God. Welcome to capitalism. 50% off. Are you kidding me, man? This is so bad. Fire sale. Get them while they're hot. Okay.
martyr, and people should emulate him.
I'm very glad this is going viral because things like this can't happen in vain. Aaron Bushnell was a very brave person, beyond brave.
And I am still afraid of copycats. Copycats may emerge and try to emulate what Aaron Bushnell did, the silly thing he did in front of the Israeli embassy. Do you want your son or daughter to become a copycat? And I don't want that to happen to anybody. Okay, lighter note. Hey,
you know, it is just as well, like, at the very least, Aaron didn't hurt anyone else. Not directly, anyway. Even though the cunts that he watches, or did watch, obviously, not anymore, were the kind of wankers who would actually have been okay if he'd hurt people. Has someone been grabbing Owen Jones faces for the Discord? Okay.
If you can't get enough Ryan Macbeth, why don't you put him on your desk with a Ryan Macbeth in-action figure from the Knife Hand Company? It even comes with a Ryan Macbeth trading card with my bio stats on the back. You can get that from the Knife Hand Co. And of course, you can always get one of my U.S. Navy, world's largest distributor of Iranian drone parts, shirt, hoodie, or sticker. You can get that at bunkerbranding.com. Hey, thank you guys so much for watching. Please delete TikTok from your phone and the phones of your kids. It is a cyber weapon. Hey, everyone.
Did he actually do the protest? What happened? I missed that. Did he actually get the protest organized? Hey, okay. Or is he just saying that's how he would do it? Oh! He didn't say. Yeah. It was a hypothetical. Okay. I thought that would have been a good, exciting social experiment, even if it's probably not ethical. What are we watching? Is this a neocon? I don't know if he's a neocon. He might be. He might be a neolib. I don't know. You do it. I'm not doing it. The fuck? He's far center. True. Radical center. Have you checked Hassan's new clothing line? Nope. What's Hassan's new clothing line? Do I care? I can try to care for you guys. Oh god, I've got fuck. I'm not gonna be able to do the Krystal and Kyle thing because I have to end stream in like half an hour. Oh fuck. I have a thing to fuck. Do the first half. It's just I'll show you guys what it is. Hang on, let's just do it. It's short. It's just a Reddit clip. Like it's just a clip that's up on Reddit. It's only like 3 minutes long.
Overall, when I look at
Okay. Anna Kasparian, Krystal Ball, and Kyle Kalinske all agree that there is no way they're voting for Biden after his support for Israel's genocide. Okay.
Overall, when I look at the growing percentage of Democratic voters who have turned their backs on Biden, I don't blame them. And in fact, I'm definitely one of them.
So, Anna, have you decided you're not voting for him in the fall, or what do you think? How are you thinking about that?
I will not vote for Joe Biden under any circumstance, even if he were to end the war right now. I think what he has demonstrated over the last 6 months has been absolutely deplorable, unacceptable, and I could never.
Even if he could end the war tomorrow.
Support it. That doesn't mean I support Trump, but I would never cast a ballot for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much in the same place. And it's Kyle actually in a private conversation said they basically have us checkmated, because I think still even now, like when election night comes, it's not like if Trump were to win, like I would find that horrifying.
Yeah.
And I do think, especially
for Palestine, not least of all. right? Because I know the problem is, and I already know where this is going, so I'm just going to say it. If you believe, and if you reported on Israel and Palestine the way that Krystal and Kyle and TYT have for the last 6 months, you would think the difference between Biden and Trump is Hitler and Hitler light. And I don't know if I would vote for Hitler light. So it makes sense. It's a logical conclusion of what they're pushing. But I don't think these guys just don't understand. I feel like, especially when I see, I know Cenk's not here, but if it's on TYT or the way Kyle and all them talk about it, the difference between, the problem is that when you use the word genocide again, and that's your starting point, it's that you can't really get higher than genocide. It doesn't get worse than genocide. But the problem is I don't think a lot of these people understand how much worse what's happening in Gaza could be compared to what is happening now. Like if Israel actually had the intent to go out and exterminate the people of Gaza and the West Bank, or even just Gaza, like with the abilities that they have, because I think actually when it comes to legal precedent, the way that you act in proportion to the capacity that you have is taken into account. That has been it's been a metric that's been, or like a parameter that is actually considered when they're doing genocide cases in the ICJ. So when you look at Israel's capacity, like there are 1.5 million people in Rafah right now. Israel could take them all out in like 48 hours if they wanted to. They could just go there and sweep the entire place. And obviously people like I know Cenk says this. I don't know if the other three say this. They would say that Israel's not doing that, and they're actually sometimes aborting strikes and sometimes opening corridors and sometimes allowing aid in. And now I think the number of food trucks that's come in even just yesterday is like close to 400, as opposed to the average of it being 70 before the war. They've been like, but that's all plausible deniability. So in order to do their genocide, they're going to do a bunch of things that you wouldn't do if you were committing genocide to make it look like they're not committing a genocide, whilst they can actually commit, basically just to kill as many people as possible without losing international support, which is such a strange like inference to make from Israeli policy. But it actually does make sense that if you believe what these guys do, because it would make it feel like just out of nowhere. It would be like if Biden was exactly the same as he is now, but he started supporting Putin. That's how these guys see it. Or if he started supporting Assad, right? But I don't know. I feel like I'm doing like the Kyle Kalinske approach to Brianna Joy-Gray, like when he was taking Brianna Joy-Gray down on her third party thing. It's just like, if you look at all the differences between the Biden administration compared to what Trump would do, like we know that Biden very, very early on in the war was the one who was on the phone for hours to Netanyahu after Israel received false intelligence that Hezbollah were actually planning an imminent attack after October 7th. I took notes from this as well, that they like at the beginning, the Israeli officials actually had bad intelligence that said that Hamas was in cahoots with Hezbollah for October 7th. Like Hezbollah knew about it and they were involved in it in their own way, and also that an attack was imminent. And there were Israeli officials, I think it was Yoav Gallant especially, who was actually ready to go to war with Hezbollah, and Biden was on the phone, was it 3 times a day, trying to convince Netanyahu and to stay that course. Now, maybe Israel would have stayed the course anyway, but we know that one of the people who was a very loud voice against that action was Biden. Whereas Trump's rhetoric for this entire war has just been, you've got to finish the war. You got to do it. You got to get it done quickly. That's been Trump's rhetoric since the beginning. Like, if Israel had gone to war with Hezbollah in October at the same time as going to war with Hamas, that would have been absolutely fucking horrible. Like, that would have been horrible for Israel and for Lebanon and Gaza. It would have been horrible for like everyone involved. And then, not to mention the fact that Biden has actually been instrumental in Israel's decisions when it comes to opening those aid corridors up in the north, and the fact that the number of aid trucks has gone from like around 70, 80, 90, 120-ish a day to the last few days where they've gone over like 200, 300, maybe even 400. So that's also been part of like Biden's very vocal stance against Israel. Biden has been the one who said who said that if Israel does not fulfill its international obligations, which is a legal obligation, to facilitate the passage of humanitarian aid through the Gaza Strip, especially in the north, that they would see a change in US policy. And that kind of threat, I know it doesn't sound like much if you're not familiar with the history, but an American president has not spoken to an Israeli prime minister like that since 1991-92, since Bush Sr. threatened to withhold loan money in exchange for a settlement freeze. It's a big shift. The fact that there are currently policy reviews happening in the State Department over whether or not America should recognize a Palestinian state, like right now. The fact that there was the humanitarian sea corridor opened, again, all compared to Trump. Trump is saying, get the war done. He's not cautioning against going into Rafah. He's not drawing like lines. He's not being massively vocal about Rafah. He's not saying that we're going to change policy if Israel does not meet its humanitarian obligations. They're not doing that. They're like, Trump would have said, finish the war. Trump has never spoken about aid. He's just said that the war wouldn't have happened if he were president. And not even to mention what he would support outside of a war, because Trump keeps saying, let's go to peace. Well, what was Trump's peace? You just need to look at the picture. We know that Biden, in terms of a two-state solution, would back something along the lines of the Clinton parameters. That's like been the status quo for the Democrats since the 2000s. Trump, as we know, wanted to turn Palestine into this disgusting, disconnected fucking leopard print of a map. You can even notice here, Jerusalem. Trump said that he wanted to offer Jerusalem to the Palestinians, like East Jerusalem as a capital. But what he actually meant by Jerusalem was not East Jerusalem. It was a suburb on the edge of East Jerusalem, which Trump said the Palestinians could take and they could just change its name to Al-Quds. That was Trump's Palestinian capital in Jerusalem. This plan also involved a population transfer. It involved actually like an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians who live in the Triangle, Palestinian Israelis who live in places like Kfar Qasim, and getting them all just shipped over into the West Bank. This plan was horrible. It was like and again, Palestinians were never going to agree to this. This was going to be forced upon them if Trump had his way. He recognized the occupation of the Golan Heights as legitimate, the first leader in the world ever to do so, to the point that like the right-wing government, Netanyahu's government, was so happy that they built a settlement in Golan called the Trump Heights. Like, I mean, you can go on for quite a while about how pronounced these differences are, and even again, but the problem is that I don't really know why I would have. It feels so weird making the argument this way, because I don't really know how you convince people who think, well, Biden's is just genocide light. I mean, you have to understand that even if you buy the genocide thing, then you have to concede that genocide happens on a massive spectrum, where you've got one political leader who is quite vocal about the humanitarian situation, is drawing like certain unofficial lines, at least along limits that Israel can cross, otherwise they'll face a change in American policy. Versus like, what else did Jared Kushner said that he wanted to invest in real estate in Gaza. Like, the fuck? And even if you think that's still genocide light, well, I'm sorry, like, there are 1.5 million people in Rafah. 1.5 million of them. And if all you see, when you see the difference between Biden, who is saying you cannot go into Rafah unless there's a humanitarian plan, unless there's a corridor for civilians to evacuate, unless there are measures taken to preserve the aid, to facilitate the aid situation in the north, you can't do it. Like, versus Trump just saying, get the war over with. There are 1.5 million people living there. And if you hear both of those scenarios, like Rafah, let's say Biden can't stop Netanyahu from attacking Rafah, but he can, let's just say he can stop Israel from doing it when there are 1.5 million people there. Let's say he can do it when they allow people to evacuate, which is already happening. People are leaving Rafah and going back to Khan Yunis. That they can do it when there are humanitarian corridors between Rafah and the other cities, when the humanitarian situation in the north is restored and a famine is averted, versus Trump's end the war as quickly as possible. If you see those two scenarios and all you think is, well, that's just two genocides, then you don't care about Palestinians. You don't. You're just grandstanding to, I guess, an audience that thinks it's principled to not vote. What up, peacetime? Oh yeah, Trump cut like over $200 million of aid to Palestinians that Biden had to restore back when he came back and when he came into office. There's just so many examples. Ugh. Sorry, I was watching the video, wasn't I? Hang on. Let's see what else they're saying.
Actually, if you look at domestic policy, like it's very clear Biden is way better on labor rights, way better on antitrust, you know, did a few good things, but there's just a red moral line when it comes to funding a genocide over months.
See, there's this as well, because I'm sure his domestic policies are not ideal for any of these guys either. They're obviously further left than Biden is. I am. It is just the genocide line, isn't it? Because wait, was it not Kyle? Does anyone have the clip? Did Kyle not say that what's happening in Gaza is worse than anything we've seen since World War II? Was that Kyle? Am I thinking of the right clip? Do you guys know? I feel like I watched it on stream. What note-taking application is that? He said it in the Houthi video, did he? Like the Rwandan genocide? It's just, oh God. Srebrenica, where you have like 8,000 people getting massacred, like after the fighting is completely over, post-surrender. 8,000 people killed in 2 days just to take into a fucking stadium and just shot? The fuck? Yeah, I know. Cambodia, the Iran-Iraq War. Bangladesh, that was in the 70s. Even Russia, Ukraine, don't forget that Mariupol, there is no, like, we don't have the body count for Mariupol because Russia won't let anyone in. We only have to guess the body count in Mariupol by going by mass graves, of which there are at least 10,000, like, in one city of 600,000 people pre-war. Aleppo, yeah. What, Assad killing like 600,000 of his own people? Fuck me. If anyone has the clip, they can show me. I don't actually remember if it was, I think it was him who said that. I'm pretty sure. 10K mass graves. No, not mass graves, just graves. I don't know if each grave is only taking one person, but the estimates right now in Mariupol are between 20 and 75,000. 25, 75,000 dead. It's just that we don't have a Ukrainian health ministry number on that because, like, we don't have an equivalent of the Gaza health ministry number on that because Russia isn't letting anyone in to count the dead. Anyway.
And months and months. And so I feel just as you do that, like, even if he did a 180 now today, it's too late. It's too late.
And about 50% of the people who they talked to in Michigan who voted uncommitted, about 50% of them were like, he's already gone too far. That's it. I'm out. And they'll either sit out or vote for a third party candidate. But the other 50% were saying, like, yeah, if he changes it, turns it around, changes the policy, then maybe I'll vote for him. And I think this is a really difficult.
I think I don't want to downplay this. It's not really the purpose I get, but let's see. Uncommitted vote was 13% this year, wasn't it? Whereas with Obama, it was 11%. You could argue that a lot more people voted in the one this year, but it's not like the massive exodus that some people made it out to be. The problem is that Biden doesn't just need to beat Trump, unfortunately, because of the way Trump is and the Republicans are. He needs to win by a lot. He had to win by 7 million votes in the last election, and people still thought that a few extra counted votes in different states could make the difference because of the Electoral College. Eek. Do you think if Trump wins, Israel will commit a full genocide, not discriminating between combatants and civilians? No, I don't think. Again, accusing, being indiscriminate is not genocide. Genocide is when you target a particular racial, ethnic, or national group just as a group. With the explicit intent, with the express intent of like exterminating them, of like murdering that group, either in whole or in part. And I guess the thing is that when Israel has committed massacres in the past, it never really goes like that. They've done a lot of atrocities. This is what Likud wants to do. I know you think that, Ellen DeGenerate, because you get all your opinions from the fucking internet and you have no idea what you're talking about. I know you think that, okay? Likud have had power for quite a while at various stages. They were in charge of militant groups even since 48, like Likud leaders, Menachem Begin and shit like that. They've had the ability to. They have not committed genocides, though. They've committed war crimes. Ariel Sharon committed quite a few, but that's usually the worst atrocities of Israel. They go like this. They go, there will be a command from the top, which in some cases is actually really bad. Like in Kibya, the orders from above were to dynamite the houses of terrorists, of like raiders. It was to go and bring reprisals to this village that had been where raiders had come from, and as a message to dynamite the houses of terrorists. And somehow that message went down to Ariel Sharon and turned into maximum killing. So not the state, not the government actually sanctioning the act, but an order gets translated down to a crazy fucking war criminal, Sharon, and becomes like a massacre of like 60 or 70 people. That's usually how those things go with Israel. Or with the Lebanon war, the Israeli government gets cabinet approval to go into Lebanon in 82. The Israeli army gets to go into Lebanon. And as far as the cabinet knows, they're going up towards like the outside of Beirut. And on the way, they are instructed to only hit PLO people and only shoot if you're shot at first. And the reason they did that was because they knew that the Shias and the Syrians and the other people who were alongside the PLO were not helping. So they were like, okay, if we only have to fight the PLO, just for everyone else, we'll be careful, right? We'll just go with the PLO. And to the point that phase of the war, Lebanese civilians literally came out of their houses or stood in their balconies or on their rooftops and just watched the fighting. It was really bizarre. But once they get to close to Beirut, without the cabinet's knowledge initially, Sharon starts going into Lebanon. And because there is less oversight going on there, Sharon, who's a defense minister, ends up bombing pretty, like, I think maybe even indiscriminately or like pretty like recklessly at least. And quite a lot of civilians died there. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot of like humanitarian issues. There's a lot of like displacement. It's a disaster. And then he colludes with a bunch of fucking phalangists and oversees the massacre in Sabra Shatila. But again, that's not like Sabra Shatila was not the Israeli government telling Sharon to tell phalangists to go massacre people. It wasn't that, okay? That's not how Israel goes about things ever, really. That's not how their atrocities materialize. They tend to materialize either with like a lack of orders or a lack of oversight or a kind of like a failure of like understanding orders or like rogue actors or a lack of reprisals maybe or like a feeling like a sense of negligence, but it's never like the dolus specialis of go and exterminate this particular group. Unless anyone has a history example to prove me wrong on that, they can go for it.
Like philosophical question. I'm where you are, Anna, and I'm where you are, Krystal.
Genocide also includes ethnic cleansing. Ellen, I don't know why you're insisting on using a definition of genocide that hasn't been used since it was proposed in 1946 or whatever. The Genocide Convention since 1948 does not include moving a population. I don't know why. You're making shit up. Why are you doing this to me? Like, you're lying to me. Why? I know it's not in the definition of genocide because it was literally proposed at the beginning by Lemkin, and then the UN eventually said no to it. That was supposed to be 6 or whatever, number 6. Outside of what? Killing, serious bodily mental harm, there were on that list of 5 things. Conditions of life calculated to bring about destruction, preventing births. Yeah, one of them was transfer, and that was included in the definition of genocide, but it was taken out. It's not in the Genocide Convention. Like, fucking hell.
On this, but what I'm curious about is how I'm going to feel on election night when the results start rolling in, because I'm like, basically the stuff said by like the most cringe resistance liberal imaginable about Trump, I think they're right. I think he's a threat to democracy. He says stuff like, we need to terminate the Constitution or suspend the Constitution. So, and you pair that with his policy record, which was abysmal. It's just George W. Bush on steroids and war.
Lord of us, do you know why it was taken out? Yeah, because countries didn't want to implicate themselves. Thank you, by the way, Ellen, for admitting you were wrong in the first place and now trying to change the conversation. Thank you, like you always do, I guess. Yeah, thanks.
Mongering, I always find it funny when
so
people...
first of all, you said something that was wrong. I correct you, and there's like, oh, but do you know why? Well, I thought you said it was in the definition. Now you're making it's not the definition. Did you know all along? Why did you lie then? You could have been incorrect. That's okay. Fucking
he was anti-war. He was not even close to anti-war. It's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah.
So, like, but I wonder how I'm going to feel on election night, because I agree. I'm not going to go cast a vote for somebody who's in the midst of arming and aiding and abetting a genocide. I think that's crazy. I think there are some clear moral red lines. But I'm also not going to judge people who do decide to do that, because if you look at it sort of like almost like a math problem, right? Like, let's just calculate this quantitatively. Who's done better? Then it's like with Biden, and we've made the argument a million times. You got the student loan debt reduction, the $1,400 stimulus checks. He massively reduced the drone war. He pulled out of Afghanistan. He, the Inflation Reduction Act had some good stuff in it. You guys brought up the NLRB. He's added 800,000 manufacturing jobs. You got the CHIPS Act. You got a bunch of stuff that we could point to that's a 15% corporate minimum tax.
I love this Kyle Kalinske. This Kyle Kalinske is a fucking god. He's... The fact that he looks like Eminem with this like battle rap fucking routine of Biden's achievements. I just wish he would. I wonder if he's aware of the difference between Biden and Trump on Palestine. It's difficult when you've ascribed the worst label to Biden, aiding and abetting genocide, because if you start from there, Trump. It's hard to see Trump being any worse, even though, because you don't leave any room for anything else. Because once you're at genocide, you don't go further than genocide. Like, you've peaked. You're at peak bad. Fuck.
Tax rate, which I think is a big deal. Like, all that is good, and I'm not taking anything away from that at all. But that's why I'm saying my own, like, philosophical confusion over this. I'm curious how I'll feel on election night when the results start coming in. If it's like, it looks like Trump's going to win, I'll probably feel like fucking shit. But if it's like Biden looks like he's going to hold on, I don't know how I'll feel. Will I be like, fuck this guy too? Or will it be like...
Lonabox, so why does the EU, US believe that the forcible transfer of Ukrainian children is genocide? The transfer of children in the genocide definition is probably the most complicated one, because transfer of children is in the definition, but the word destroy in the convention specifically means biological or physical destruction. So it's how can you be definitely biologically or physically destroying a group if what all you're doing is moving the kids, right? But the problem is that that's a question of precedence. Some people think you can call it genocide when it's just the moving of kids, or other people argue that the moving of kids is more of just like an indicator, but it can't be genocide in and of itself just because they're moving kids. But there's never been, as far as...
disappointed with Kyle on this. Even Maressa with Anna, at least Kyle still acknowledges the meaningful differences between Biden and Trump.
God damn, Pondering Politics. Thanks for the $20. I'm glad you feel the similar way. No, moving, as far as moving kids forcibly, I don't think there's ever been a genocide case where genocide has actually been, the decision has been made based on just that. It's always involved like killing as well. And killing with the special intent of destroying the group, right? So they might say it because it's being done in conjunction with a campaign of extermination. It's more likely that they're just saying it because people don't use the word genocide in the legal way most of the time. People like that's the problem. The problem with the word genocide is that people will play fast and loose with the definition or be very tight with the definition based on where it sits in their political compass. Like that's it. That's really why, that's how people use the word genocide. That's why with the Holodomor, every tankie on Earth, every Soviet supporter on Earth will suddenly get very, very picky with legal definitions and precedent and the historical consensus and the record and the standard of dolus specialis. They're very, very academic about it. But if we come to Palestine, they've been calling it a genocide for 75 years. Like, it was a genocide when Israel wasn't even occupying Gaza and the West Bank, apparently, because of what, the counter raids, like the raids.
From leftists saying we need to stop interfering with foreign countries and start focusing on the US, then turn around and say they will support Trump because of IP?
Yes. Thanks, Dismer, for the $10. I really, really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Genocide was a historical term before it was a legal term. It can be used colloquially in reference to history. I don't think that's a term of art. I mean, if that's what you're doing, then fuck me. Like, then, okay, then yeah. So unofficially, in a sense of art, this is a shoe. I'm drinking from my shoe right now. I hope that's not why they're doing it. I thought the word genocide was coined by a lawyer. Lemkin was a lawyer, wasn't he? And he wrote Axis rule in occupied Europe and campaigned to have genocide a legal term. But I think historians, sometimes they will refer to cultural erasure as a genocide, even though the law technically doesn't. But at the end of the day, okay, here's my stance though. There are lots of different definitions of genocide. I will say that. Some historians just invent their own definition and then just go with that. It's really annoying. But the only one that matters is the Genocide Convention because it's the only one that's enforceable. Why the fuck would you appeal to any other definition? I don't really get that, unless it is just for like propaganda or whatever. But yeah, that's what people like. That's I think what most often people do is it's used. The decision whether or not to use the term is based on politics, not based on like any kind of like legal consistency. Not for everyone, but often.
Just like almost like a neutral, indifferent type feeling. I'm curious. What do you think how do you think you're gonna feel on election day? I know it's a hard question to ask because we don't know until we're there.
I don't think I'm going to feel anything, regardless of who wins. That's how much I dislike both candidates.
Golly. These are quite big creators as well. I think Krystal said she was where Anna was. Kyle didn't quite say it, did he? Kyle didn't quite. I mean, if you're an audience member, you're not voting. That's the logical. Yeah, that's the loudest message I'm getting. But Kyle didn't explicitly say he's not voting. Kyle just implied it, I think. Did he ever change his mind about the Houthis? Or does he still think the Houthis are defenders of international law and human rights? Anna's going to be a right-wing pundit in 5 years. Ellen, you say that like maybe not you specifically, but every time I hear someone from that crowd, the kind of like Vosh-esque like crowd, you say this about fucking everyone and you're always wrong. The only person you might even write about at one point was Dave Rubin, and probably was other people who made that observation first. And I know because my Why I Left the Left video is coming out any day now. It's coming out any day. Trust me, dude. I've made this prediction about 10 people already and been wrong every time. Ooh. How can you say that after this? The fact that she's abandoning Biden over Palestine, that's a...
Overall, when I
If anything, this is her reintegrating with the left again. God. Bro, I just if Trump wins and it's like oh, he loses the popular vote, but he wins the electoral college and it wouldn't have taken that many votes to keep him out. Oh my God. I will fuck it. I will actually. I attack leftists a lot now because I expect better from them and because I feel like I understand them better than right wingers. If that happens and Trump gets elected, it will be out of spite. I will become a spite-driven anti-left wing creator. I will do it. I'll grab every fucking crazy leftist on Twitter on here, and that will be my content for the next 10 years. I'll get that guy, that Hamas supporter, what's his name? Prometheus Unbound. I'll just get him on stream every day to take out my rage. Eek. So shit, I'm gonna maybe throw Kyle a message, see how that goes. It's a pretty difficult position to fight against, but what odds do you give Biden at the moment? 50-50, Ranton. He's either gonna win or he's gonna lose. 50-50. I don't know why I don't think you're in the anti-Biden camp. I think you're in the camp of someone goes off script and you say, you're going to be Republican in 10 years because I guess you're too much of a, over what? What Republican position is Anna Kasparian taken? It's like someone will say something like this happened to Aaron Bassani. Someone will say something like, "Oh yeah, I think it's actually good that there are train guards because that someone got stabbed in a train last week. It's probably good that we have security in a train." And then someone else is like, "You're basically fucking pro the Punisher cops." Like you'll be voting conservative in 5 years. Kill yourself, Jesus Christ. Ranton's really in the chat. Ranton's a friend of the stream. What are you talking about? Are you surprised? Okay, I have to leave my house in like 5 minutes, you guys. So I'm just going to talk to you guys for a bit, okay? I'm just going to see if anyone says something in chat that triggers a stream of consciousness. Ovary juggler. She argues against points she's made in the past. Do you think the only points you can have are left and right? Or could you have a far left position and then think, actually, I'm more in line with the center left position, or maybe the center or the liberal position? Like, you're funny. You're a funny guy. Literally argues against things they've said in the past. Imagine doing that. I just changed positions subtly, like nothing ever happened. I'll come on to own you about how Anna is definitely trending right wing if you want. No, thank you. As much as I'd love to talk to you right now about that. I have a list of priorities, unfortunately, and that is not on the top. It's a little bit behind, I don't know, getting type 2 diabetes, eating a razor blade. That's been lined in raw chicken. I don't know, fucking.
Remember the Holodomor?
Blue Rare. Trash Day, thanks for the Twitch sub. I really appreciate that. Playing League of Legends. That's probably higher on the list. Pushing this iPhone up my cock. That's another one up there. Uber, thanks for the $2. Vosh wasn't misogynistic enough. True. Dan, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. The gifted membership. I don't know what tier is. Anyway, thanks. Bro, I talked to some British friends of mine in the upcoming elections in the UK. They were shocked when I mentioned the anti-Semitism allegations of the Labour Party. Is there some truth to it? It was very overblown. It did exist, though. Yeah, for sure. It was a... Like, how could you not expect it to be when your fucking leader of the opposition is calling Hezbollah and Hamas his friends and shit? Even if it was a misspeak, which he regrets, it's like, bruh, you're kind of, whoa. You're a choice lad, Learner Box, go have a pint and unwind. I don't drink cocktails. God, you guys are so autistic. Lorna Box, do you know that a pint is not a cocktail? Okay. Really? Did you look up the definition of anti-Semitism, whether it included criticism of Israel or not? I did. It's going to be a segment soon, I think. Yeah, it was going to be a segment. We went over that. Hang on, let me see where it is. It was over the Candace Owens Shapiro thing, the definition of anti-Semitism. I looked over it there. There was one line in it that it was considered an example of anti-Semitism to say that Zionism is inherently racist. But the overall thing didn't seem anywhere near as bad as I thought. It said you can criticize. I think it explicitly said you can criticize Israel and not be anti-Semitic. Like, fucking, yeah. It wasn't nearly as pro-Israel as the people made it out to be. No. Jewish feelings on Zionism across the diaspora. Oh my God, it's on my subreddit. Boost! Oh, it's so long though. I'll read this tomorrow. That'll be good. You need to leave. Yeah, give me a minute. I won't be late. Don't worry. I'm a fast walker. Okay. Partial Pressure, thanks for the $4.99. Would you ever stream a visit to Speaker's Corner for live debates? Yeah, I'd have to bring Karantos though. I want to put him on a soapbox and see how many followers he can get in a day. That's what I want. Reftop, thanks for the $4.99. For every non-Biden Anna voter, there are like 3 never Trump conservatives. They're just not online. I think we'll be okay. P.S. Anna is clearly grifting. I don't know if she's grifting. I feel... How could Anna be a grifter? Like, Anna has fallen on her sword quite a few times for what she believes in at the expense of her audience. Like, what are you talking about? Her and Cenk get ratioed on Twitter all the fucking time. I don't know if if they're grifting, they're really bad at it. I think they say what they believe. Ulcerous Spiv, thanks for the $2. Thanks for the stream, Sleepy Box. Have a good night. Who deleted Thorpe's comment? I didn't do it. I think it's the mods who don't like her. They don't trust her. getting racial disengagement. It's not fucking... Ellen, do you think it's grifting? Who is she grifting to by falling out with her fucking audience base? It's not like she's gaining a bunch of conservative followers, like from... They've already got their people. They've got their Ben Shapiro's. And anytime you disappoint your base audience, you're mostly almost always going to be fucked for it. Grifting. Jesus Christ. Ugh. $100 is a victim of being one guy. No, I'm not. Do you have a percentage likelihood of the Rafah invasion? Nope. It's most likely. It's more than 50% likely. Just so you know, guys, just so you know. Likelihoods. Israel's not going to, like, this is Israel's claim right now, okay? We're talking about their perspective. They say that Hamas had 24 battalions at the beginning of the war. Now they're down to 6. 4 of them are in Rafah, and about 2 of them are spread between Khan Yunis and the center, right? So they are not leaving Gaza to let those 6 battalions regroup and try again later. They're not doing that. They're never going to do that. Not with this government anyway. I doubt a change of government would fix that either. They said that they're going to focus on what, like targeted intelligence-based strikes now. So like high intelligence, low fucking collateral strikes or precision strike, that kind of shit, like raids and all that. Basically special forces, you know, close enough. They're going for that approach now. People in Rafah are currently heading back towards the Khan Yunis and towards the center. That's already happening. If enough people do that, that Rafah is like the population of Rafah is lower, then yeah, Israel will go into Rafah. Yeah. They're not doing another 2006. They're not leaving with their tail between their legs. And Hamas stays in power. They're not doing it. They're not doing what happened to in 2006 with Hezbollah, because that was not good for them. 2005, no, 2006. The Lebanon War was 2006. Ellen DeGeneres targeted. Yeah, targeted. Yeah. You need to leave. I know where I'm going, okay? They're just getting some RN. Yeah. Hezbollah won, but Lebanon lost. Good one. Yeah. Like 1 million people got displaced and shit. Not good. Not good at all. I know where I need to go. Don't worry. I'm not going to be late. We had 1,300 total viewers at one point. That was crazy, chat. Unbelievable. Ooh. You guys are too good to me. Soy. You ever seen Waltz with Bashir? No. One day I might watch it. Who knows? Might not. Won't be late, says man with ADHD. No, I'm medicated. I'll be on time. Okay. Okay. If I win this chess game, I leave. Oh, Vienna. Let's go. Oh, fancy Vienna. Oh, God. They're going to try the thing. Do it. Do it! The fuck was that? Why are they there? Is that threatening? Will I just take the rook? Seems fine. If I go here, this is fine, because they can't follow up. They have to come down here to not lose their queen. I'm ahead on points, so I could just... Okay. Now I get this rook next, because they're going to take this back. They didn't take my queen! Fuck! This person's getting absolutely annihilated. The fuck? Unless there's a really quick checkmate in here. Oh no. Fuck! Lost my queen. Okay. Stay focused. Might lose on time. It's possible. Fuck. Fuck! 5 seconds. Oh no. Fuck. Fuck. Oh no. I'm panicking. I'm just gonna get a draw. Okay, I won on time. Jesus Christ. Okay, I can go. Oh, nice one. When are we debating Anna? I'm not platforming you, Ellen. You're not a serious person. You're funny, but you're not a serious person. Okay, chill. Also, it's a boring debate topic. Think of a better one, and maybe I'll think about it. God damn. Okay, guys. At least my after show is live. Yeah, the DJ who comes on at 1 a.m. that no one cares about. That's where you guys are about to go, okay? Take care. Have a good one, guys. Have a good evening. Love you. Bye-bye. Oh, fuck, the donut. Fuck. V-Dan, man, thanks for the $4.99. Later, here's some appreciating money. Oh, nice. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it. Bye.